Right. Um, so you guys are currently in a forest on your way to the Harpy Colony to go and find Fee a new home.
Yes. We're on our
Yes.
way.
Misery to happiness.
Fee and who? Sorry.
In order to find Fee a new
Feed the
home.
harpy?
Oh, okay.
Yes. So the place is, so the harpy colony is outside of town. Do we know exactly where? Or do we need to do like a investigation check?
You do not have any idea where it is. You just have the general direction that you guys got from the informant who told you that they were here.
Okay. Would
Nature
people
check?
inside? Also, we can also like talk to people because if we know, because people in the town will know there's a harpy colony, surely. So surely we can go and talk to the people in the town.
I'm having the hardest time understanding your microphone right now.
I was gonna say, can we talk to people around the town?
Yes, but you're in a forest right now.
Oh yes.
Survival check?
Nature check.
Either one. They use the same modifier, don't they? Wisdom modifier?
Wisdom, I think.
Yeah.
No, wait. Nature is intelligent. And survival is wisdom.
What?
Well, I got 15.
I got a 10 for nature.
I got an 8.
Retro. So,
What can I tell with a 15?
so you find some harpy tracks, but you're not sure if they're leading you in the correct direction. And it seems a little strange that you'd be finding harpy tracks to begin with, because like,
I'll say they fly,
They
so
can
why
fly,
not find their
can't
feet?
they?
right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Hmm.
And Fee is with us, isn't she?
She is.
Alright. Does Fee, like, can she sense anything? Because surely harpies can somewhat sense, like, not like the force, but they can just sense each other. Like, if she could tell that this is, like, seems like the right type of way.
Um, at the moment, Fee is just kind of cheerfully following along. She doesn't really seem to think anything is out of the ordinary.
Alright. Can I
So,
investigate the tracks?
you
I
can.
find them. Can I investigate them
You can,
to
of
see if
course.
they're to see if it's like a ruse or ploy or something? Heck yeah!
So it kind of seems like maybe
Yay, I got a 20 on my investigation.
it kind of seems like
I'll just
maybe
show you.
something might have happened here. Now that you're looking at it a
Okay.
little more closely, you see a lot of harpy tracks. Some of them are long drags through the earth.
Fair enough. Okay.
Hmm.
That means someone got injured. Thank you. Alright, back in 1 second.
I can see his rolls, it's okay.
It seems there may have been a struggle here of some sort. But who would attack harpies?
Also, I like how you literally went up to your brother. Because he rolled a 19 and you got a 20.
Yes. Well, I get a +1. Possible on my investigation rolls.
Yeah, but he got a 19 plus 2. You got a 19 plus 1.
That's nice. Not often I'm able to upstage him. Horrific guy.
I find it hilarious. I have a bunch of siblings, and so I know about the power struggle.
Power struggle is probably the wrong word for our relationship. Or like juggling him between myself and our older sister.
Oh, I didn't know you had a sister.
No reason why you would.
I
But
agree.
I thought I'd elaborate on our dynamic.
I have a bunch of sisters. We're not friendly.
Can, can
That's
I
sweet.
roll for perception to see if there's anything at the distance now that we found tracks and signs of struggle?
Yes.
18.
So in the distance, you find patches of wet ground.
Wet ground.
Bloodstains, perhaps?
No, it's not blood. It's just wet.
Well, I suppose you might as well start looking over there first.
Can I investigate those that wet ground?
I mean, yeah, but I'm not gonna make you roll for that. I mean, it's
Oh,
literally
okay.
just wet ground.
Just normal water. There's nothing strange about it.
The
Has it
only
been raining recently?
Nope. And the only thing that's strange about it is that there's no sources of water nearby that you know of.
Is there no like wet skin or something like that?
Nope.
Just water, wet ground.
Just wet ground, little puddles here and there.
Are there like what's it called, tracks in this wet ground or anything?
Yeah, but they don't look any different from the other signs of struggle tracks you found earlier.
Mm.
They kind of lead a sort of Hansel and Gretel breadcrumb trail, if you'll pardon the analogy.
Mm. Something shedding water appears to have dragged probably, at a guess, some of the colony's harpies away in this direction. This may be this may be a trap, but I somehow doubt it's for us specifically. So we could follow it.
Yeah, we should follow it. And I don't think it's a trap. If it was a trap, that means someone was expecting us, or at least expecting someone to come this way. If it was a trap.
It could be a trap for the other harpies. Forgive me if my accent shifts too much. I'm played by a very amateur voice actor.
It's okay. Alright, so
Oh, I guess we follow the
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think it would be a trap for the other harpies, because as Lyric said, harpies most of the time fly, right, to move around.
Yes.
Oh, that's true.
So perhaps an emergency landing, but that doesn't explain the water at all. Uh, is there sorry, Lyric, is there blood anywhere, or at
Nope.
least
No blood. There are signs of struggle, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was violent struggle. Harpies have eggs.
excuse me, can you repeat that?
There are signs of
Puppies have
struggle, but
eggs.
it
They lay eggs.
There are signs of struggle and what? Sorry.
there are signs of struggle, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was violent struggle.
Oh, I see. No, no, no. You said an X, and I was like, what? I just realized that Atlas asked.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Also, I mean, yes, technically, I feel like, that's not the wrong line of thinking that amniotic fluid is basically water, but it's also very much not water.
It's very much not water.
How about smell? Does anything smell different?
Just smells like wet ground.
Hmm. Right, let's just follow the
The
trail then.
water is as familiar as water.
Yeah, let's just follow the trail.
Yeah, so as you guys come along the trail, you guys start to find signs that seem really out of place, like leaves that are frozen, frost on the grass. You start to notice that you hear less and less wildlife, almost like things are falling asleep.
Magic slumber.
No, it's not another Otyugh.
Another?
Oh, sorry, that was a reference to the one shot we did.
No, no, actually, the Otyugh is the thing that attacked Phi whenever you found her.
Yeah.
This is not one of those, so
Is the air chilly?
it's a few degrees lower, but not a significant difference.
But it's noticeable, at least, I assume.
It's barely noticeable, only if you're looking for it.
I see.
Just
I was going
something.
to say, I was going to say, while we are following the trail, can Foolproof start foraging here and there? But now that I see that there's ice or frost thing, I don't think I think he will prepare for battle more than anything else.
Indeed. Um, Arthas wraps his clothes a little tighter around himself. Um, straightens back up to make himself more alert and look vaguely more threatening, or at least as threatening as a halfling can look. And, what's the term? Now moves on ahead, keeps moving forward, keeps following the trail.
Yeah,
Feels
let's
on
just
ahead, the one.
yeah let's keep going for a little while longer and see what we can find. Um, yeah,
Alright, so as a reminder, this is your weather for the day.
That's pretty warm.
freeze
Well,
patches.
that's warm if it's in Celsius, yeah.
But fire, that's what.
That's kind of chilly in Fahrenheit.
Let me please give me a second. I just want to translate it.
Oh, that's right. All three of you that are here right now don't use Fahrenheit.
We're all
But
not
but
American.
I'm so
but
sorry.
uh but 32 Fahrenheit is basically 0 Celsius. So
Yeah,
yeah, that's actually 60 what?
it's 62 with a low of 48.
Well, that's
Six,
pretty chilly.
60 degrees Celsius. That's cold.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very cold. Well, not very cold, I suppose. Not
It,
freezing.
you
It's definitely
at
not
least
-30.
no, it's not -30. That's for sure. But at least since where I am, it's usually very hot, especially in the summer. Only at 24 degrees, uh, you start feeling you have to close your doors uh, because at 20 degrees Celsius, you start feeling the cold air. It's the lowest we've ever had is like 18, and that's cold, cold. Like having to put 2 layers on your bed on top of you to not you know feel cold.
I don't think I could relate to that. I don't think I've ever felt more than mildly cool at 18 degrees. I mean, it's not warm. 20 is probably the optimal range, but,
Well, it also
you
depends on the
know,
humidity where you are, and
that's true.
where Foolproof
10
lives is very
degrees
arid, and where you live is very
in
moist.
high humidity is 10 degrees in high humidity is very cold indeed.
And yeah, I live in an island, so
So yeah.
So do I.
oh, you do?
Uh, Ireland.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
technically everyone is living on some kind of an island because what is a continent but not a larger island?
I mean,
you can make that. My father is encouraging me not to get distracted with the tangents into the definitions of land masses and continents, so I'm going to.
I did say technically. I prefaced it.
You
this
did
is true.
preface it
You did.
very well.
Okay, so it is 62 Fahrenheit, 48 low Fahrenheit, wind 0 miles per hour.
16 degrees Celsius.
Yeah,
For
16
me, that
degrees Celsius.
yeah, for me that's cold personally.
But that's really cold for foolproof.
It's just
Fairly
kind of
warm for me.
it's just
Not
kind of
not for
chilly here.
not for foolproof because he is a Goliath. He has cold resistance, but for me it is.
I'd, I'd say,
That's true.
but foolproof in real life, cold. Foolproof in game, actually quite warm.
Yeah,
Um,
he wouldn't notice it. If anything, he would be just
he'd be
comfortable.
too warm. Yeah.
But
Now,
that
for
is
Arcus, however, it is very cold. because his home is quite warm.
What about
Also,
Atlas? Wasn't Atlas what's it called?
Tiefling?
Excuse me?
Atlas
Tiefling?
is a tiefling ASMR hybrid.
Yeah. So
Tiefling.
wouldn't he notice the cold?
Yeah, might do be a bit chilly.
Okay. So we still continue the path. Question mark?
Yep.
Okay, we
Yes,
continue the path.
I say we continue the path.
Also, it's worth
Okay.
noting that the area that you're in is a temperate deciduous rainforest.
Oh, deciduous
fact that-
rainforest.
So the fact that it's
Okay.
this cold is weird.
High humidity, moderate temperatures. BC is not moderate in temperatures.
Okay.
Sorry, I can hear my mom in the background telling Archers that BC is like that is a BC moderate temperatures.
So I guess for now, Foolproof is at the front, just because he has cold resistance.
Yeah, I can be in second. Actually, no, we should keep the halfling and Fee in between us.
Actually, Archers should be in the front since he's the one who rolled highest on the investigation check.
Yep, I'll.
This is true.
Not to worry, you biggins. I'll take the lead. Just don't let anything squash me. If you see something about to fall on my head, catch it.
Okay, let's go.
We walk off, following the trail to see what happened to those poor dragged harpies.
So, as you guys get kind of a little bit further into this, like, what you've determined is now like a patch of ice in this random forest you guys are in, you start to notice that things are more and more frozen. Now it's no longer frost, it's freeze. There's visible ice on the ground. It's getting colder and colder. Now you guys can see your breath. There are animals that have fallen from trees that are frozen on the ground.
So
Turn around and I say, say, Atlas, foolproof. Have you any experience with with whatever unnatural creature might cause such cold? This is not how nature usually works.
Could I do a Could I do a nature check just due to my background?
Mhm.
Give me 1 second. Okay, nature. I don't think I get anything for nature, do I? No, I don't. Alright. Do I know anything? Do I know? Nope. I know
Jesus
nothing.
Christ.
The world means nothing.
We can blame it on the cold.
Yeah, I've frozen. I have extreme brain freeze to the point where it's frozen my thoughts and I know nothing.
Although that raises the question, what happens to Atlas's hair in the cold?
That's a fantastic question. Because his hair is technically fire.
But also you're not in a closed space, so it would still have fuel to burn.
It was all fuel to burn because it's still oxygen. That's fine. I think my hair stays fine until a pile of snow lands on it.
And then what happens to Atlas if his hair goes out? Are you a
Is he
I mean, it
Charmander?
could.
Yeah,
I,
exactly. The
I
question
hope I'm not a
now.
Charmander. If I'm a Charmander, then we're in for a bad time. Imagine that, just making like a glass cannon of a character, and the only thing that can kill them is the hair goes out.
That's not a glass carrot. That's not a glass cannon. That's Achilles, but Guy Fieri.
That's a
Or
candle.
Guy Peter?
I imagining Hades from Hercules, the Disney movie.
Oh yes,
Oh, the Disney.
yeah.
Why not? I will not.
Okay, can I do another perception check just to see if I can see any other creature or movement at the distance? Anything strange about the eyes? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, anything strange other than the fact that for some reason this tropical region is freezing for whatever, cause?
None of us can figure out why because none of us has apparently the background information. There is no.
It would um foolproof would be a little bit forgetting with the creatures in cold in cold regions because of his origin, but so far away from a cold place in a tropical environment that can freeze to this degree. I don't think he. No, I don't think he does. He has any experience with this.
See, if I hadn't rolled so bad, we'd be okay. I'd probably know something. But
Foolproof would, however, be aware of the dangers of the cold. He might want to warn his teammates, especially since one of them is literally on fire all the time.
I mean, I'm
You,
not a
you
Charmander. If any, like, you'd think being on fire all the time would give you resistance to cold, wouldn't you? Because that would be the logical thing. But then I realized this is Dungeons and Dragons. Where's logic come into this?
Well, also, it makes more sense that you would get fire resistance instead because you have to be resistant to the thing that you are literally made of. So,
This is true.
yeah. So if you had to give a range in temperature, we would be close to I assume 0 degrees Celsius, right? Or
you're
lower than that?
um at the moment you're halfway between um a refrigerator and freezing.
Okay. Okay.
So
Okay,
between
so
yeah between 0 and 5 degrees Celsius.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Fahrenheit and Celsius are so different.
Yep.
A refrigerator
Yeah.
in Fahrenheit is 41. Freezing
Yep.
is 32.
Fahrenheit really is very
Um.
small units.
Yeah, and
Which is not, because then you also go into the hundreds.
Hey, at least
uh,
nobody measures in Kelvin outside of a lab.
Well, that's
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
Kelvin
that's
isn't
true.
useful outside of a lab.
in
Who's
I would
dead?
normal,
argue that Kelvin isn't useful even in a lab.
yeah,
See,
the
the
normal
problem, Keurig,
body.
is they don't have throwing guns.
What?
The stream. We have a
Oh,
viewer, and he redeemed his channel points for a challenge, and he says throwing guns only. But you don't have throwing guns.
What gun?
Throwing guns. So like
What the
guns,
heck is
but
that?
they're guns,
But you can
but
only throw
you
them.
yeah, you only throw them, and then they come back to you like boomerangs.
huh.
That's very silly.
Yeah.
Do we just
It
magically
sounds
find
fun.
them?
You know
We
what?
just magically find some throwing guns.
You know what? Someone other than Atlas do a perception check.
I'll say, because What?
12.
Oh, why not? I got a 21.
I'm glad you knew I was just picking on you, Alice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, all right. So for a 17 and a 21, you guys mysteriously with the same weird light that shimmers inside of your shenanigans that you guys find,
Uh-oh.
you find
Uh-oh.
pistols just suddenly dropped onto your heads. I need deck saves.
Uh,
Cold.
Let's see.
No.
24.
uh,
24? That's astounding. I've never rolled that high.
so the good news is you don't take any damage from these pistols dropping on your head, but if you don't get a 16 or higher, they knock you prone.
Oh, for goodness sake.
15. Ah!
Archers just notices them, just smash the air before they hit him and goes, I thought you were supposed to do that. I asked you to watch.
I cannot help it.
Okay, so
It's not
me
my
and
fault. I can't see something come out of thin air and knock me out.
me and Atlas are prone. Can we stand up?
Yeah, of course.
But
Oh,
Can
okay.
I
heck
help
yeah.
them up to the best of my, like, 3.6, 3.9 foot ability? What?
I know
Such force.
I know I know Foolproof doesn't have any feat or ability to tell that some if anybody is around, but can like can he feel anything like how can I explain it? Like watching them, so to speak? Like when you're in the forest alone, you sometimes can tell if someone is following you or watching you.
The air here does feel a little bit ominous.
Hmm.
Can I do a like I have to like magic check, but I don't have like actually wait, do I have detect magic with me? Do I have
Yeah,
that prepared?
I I don't I don't think Foolproof can do an Arcana check even if it's over here. But if anybody can do an Arcana check, yeah,
I'll do an arcade check, arcana check.
I have a +0.
I have a +1 on it. And
I
I
mean I
got
can
Atlas?
a
also just
3.
use I can
Did you say you got a
just
3?
Yeah, I got a 3. I have no idea what these things are.
right. Can I just use like detect magic?
Yeah,
I cast detect magic.
I'm glad someone can detect magic.
these are magical pistols that even when loaded will never fire, but can be thrown and will return to you like boomerangs. Off in the
Uh,
distance you
Great.
hear off in the distance you hear a mischievous cackling, almost as if the god of mischief himself has appeared.
aka Twitch chat.
Well, great.
Oh,
At
almighty
least
Twitch.
Yeah,
great. Our
it's actually
laughing
a
god
little
is
funny.
messing with us.
Right. Can I sense magic in the general area though?
If you mean the
Like,
freeze patches? Um, these
yeah.
these are
Like,
like magical in nature, so you can sense that this is like magic, but there doesn't seem to be any
uh-huh.
like known source of it. It seems totally random.
Okay.
So
Okay. So I'm just gonna tell like guys like this. I know we figured this, but just to confirm that this is in fact magic at work, and also those pistols that we have, if you didn't hear whatever that was or who that was in the distance
No, we
laughing at them.
heard the cackles. We
Actually,
heard.
actually, since Atlas is the one who used detect magic, he's the only one who can hear it.
Oh, sorry. Never mind. Oh, I didn't hear a thing. I didn't hear a thing.
Well, since you didn't hear it, there was definitely something or someone out there in the distance cackling as those no, myself and Foolproof down, and those pistols, as they seem to be called, um, will not in fact fire. They seem to be a type where we in fact have to throw them. Can I use a demonstration?
Sorry, I was
Lyric?
washing my hands. I just ate an orange.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, it's okay.
Yes, you can demonstrate. However, I will also bring up that pistols do exist in the D&D universe, so you would have seen these before. Just
Yes.
not these
Okay.
particular magical ones that are incapable of firing.
Okay. So these pistols just seem to be incapable of firing. Because here, Archers, if you just stand right there, and I just turn my pistol and like pull on the trigger, and as we all see, nothing comes out.
Arthas still dives for cover.
I told you that it's safe. You could have trusted me.
Why on earth would I trust you?
Have I done anything to?
Barely know you. And you
Yeah, have
pointed
I
a gun
done
at my head.
Yeah, I was about to say, trust me, points a gun at him.
Trust me, nothing will happen. My magic says so.
That's some Godfather level shit right there. Trust me, I
Trust,
won't kill you, I promise.
trust me, my magic
Just
is
stay
safe,
right there.
says the wild magic sorcerer.
No, but thank you for moving. This just allows me to show you what else they do. What would they? Would I get a bonus for using them in terms of like throwing them, or would it just be
um,
my dex as a?
so yeah, so we'll say they have a +4 to hit.
Okay.
What?
So I'm just gonna throw it at archers. See, look,
Can I
It
attempt to dodge?
quite, quite, quite harmless.
Well, I mean, you don't have to because your AC should be higher than a 9.
That's
That's it. If
true.
your AC is not higher than a 9, then we have other worries at hand.
My AC is 14.
Then yeah, so it dodges past you, whizzes around you, kind of like it's almost like it's circling you, and then before it completes the circle, goes back to Atlas, like a boomerang.
Mm-hmm.
Why would someone make a boomerang in the shape of a gun?
Because funny.
yeah.
Well, I suppose I can't argue with that. There's a lot of jokesters in the amongst the ranks of blacksmiths and armorers.
And just to give you guys a reason to use them, these will be 2d8.
There'll be
Excuse me?
2d8 damage.
Can,
Ooh. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. I'm adding that into.
do I have anything that can do 2d8s here? 1d8, 1d8, 4d6?
So what is it called?
It's just a
I,
pistol. It's like a throwing pistol,
I
throwing
do
gun.
have a 2d8 spell, but it's cure wounds.
I mean, technically these don't actually exist as like items in the game. This was just something that was spurred on by a meme from a Twitch chat, so.
So here we are. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I just remembered what I was about to say about Twitch chat. It's funny that you said goddess of mischief.
The god of mischief, yep.
The god of mischief. Is he an old one or an elder god? Because They are supposed to have millions of voices, right?
That is correct.
That sounds actually like Twitch chat, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Well, I don't have that big of a channel, but yes, I get what you're
No,
saying.
yeah, yeah. Like Jesus,
Theogora.
that that actually. Imagine that a god a mischievous god that is just Twitch chat.
On you honk god, how do you pronounce your horrible clown name?
I'll be right back. Give me a second, please.
Sorry. So, would our characters know who the God of Mischief is? Is he a well-known figure in the setting?
Yes, he is a well-known figure in this world. You guys don't know what shenanigans are per se, but you know that they do mysterious things. Whenever you make a wish and speak them into the shenanigans. And you do know that the God of Mischief has something to do with shenanigans, and you know who the God of Mischief is.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
You know, I recently changed my channel points on Twitch to hydros because you guys are always making me drink water. Maybe I should change it to gems and make them shenanigans.
Yeah.
Change them to gem, I suppose.
Well, that's how I
Mm.
describe shenanigans. These like unworldly blue teardrop shaped gems, like the cerulean
Yes,
badge in Pokemon.
like the what cerulean badge and Pokemon. I tend to think of them more as like the Yui's heart item in Sword Art Online, but that's because I watched Sword Art Online, and that's a terrible thing to admit.
I don't know what that is, so
Nor should you ever. It's not worth watching.
no, I know what Sword Art Online is. I don't know what Yui's heart is. Although I know that,
Oh, sorry.
well,
It's the
anyway.
item that Kazuto saves Yui's data in the middle of the first of the Aincrad arc when she gets deleted or is about to get deleted.
I don't know who any of those people or what any of that is.
Oh right, the main character
And that's
saves his
season 2
AI
stuff.
daughter in the form of
I
an
know season
item
1.
being deleted
Okay,
by
I'm
the
back. What did I
system.
miss?
We were just chatting while we were waiting for you to get back.
We were
Oh,
chatting.
okay. Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, no
So where
problem.
were we?
So we were at, you guys have throwing pistols now. They're a +4 to hit, and they do, 2d8 damage.
Well, that's fun.
Jesus.
So, massively OP weapons
Yeah.
just
Mm-hmm.
fell out of the sky and landed on your head.
Well,
As much as I'm glad to have them, I can't help the fact that we will need them soon.
and
Well,
I
I didn't
suppose
plan for it
whatever
to be that
dropped.
way, but we have 3.5 hours to fill now, and Twitch chat does what Twitch chat wants.
This is
Indeed.
true.
We have. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. I was lighting incense anyway, so I also was coughing.
Okay. Well, I think we can safely say that whoever dropped these ridiculous weapons on us is probably not whoever caused the frost the frost on the trail that we're following. Uh, if I might interject with some deductions, I might point out that whatever this creature is probably has an aura of ice or frost around it,
Ju-
as the water on the ground we saw earlier was likely the melted ice that turned back into water as the creature moved further away.
Yes, but at the same time, we don't even know if it is an actual creature what did this.
You guys have
That's
It,
true. It could be an object or
no,
device.
Atlas said, I don't know if it's headed, if he said it actually, but Atlas said that this ice has magic in origin, right?
yes.
Yes, yes, I did.
It could be a person, we don't know it. It could be a magical creature, we don't know it. It could be an item, we don't know it. But
I
it's
would
only
assume that it was a person carrying a magical item or a magical creature with some form of ice magic to it itself.
I want to assume, at least, that it's not a magical creature, or at least what would a frost magical creature be doing in a rainforest, tropical rainforest? I think it's a little bit far from its region, don't you think?
Natural habitat.
Natural habitat. Thank you very much.
Do you have a lot? Do you have a lot of? Do you have a lot of ice magic creatures where you come from?
Uh, no, but there's a lot of creatures living in icy regions where I come from.
Also, I'm
Uh,
going to interject here as the DM just really quickly. You guys have experienced a few weird, strange weather events while you guys have been in this region. So
like
there.
sorry for interrupting. Sorry for interrupting. Like the tornado that said psych and just disappeared out of nowhere.
Well, that
Mm-hmm.
was somewhat divine intervention there. You guys will figure that out later once you get to that point. But um, so anyway, yes, like that. But also in part of the time that you guys skipped, there was a weather event that basically was. Do you guys know what the spell darkness does?
Personally, no.
Yeah,
Me
kind of.
personally, I
Well,
don't.
out
I
of
don't know.
character, yeah, I think so. It causes a massive cloud of darkness to emerge from a set point in a sort of smoky or inky fashion that impairs the vision of creatures around it.
Right, but the thing is, it's opaque and you can't see through it. So
That's the one.
it is blinding, suffocating blackness. And so this weather event basically caused this to randomly appear, and since it blocked out the sun, you guys helped defend the town against undead. That's part of one of the things that you did to get money in the next town or the last town that you guys were in, excuse me, while you were there for 2 weeks, but we skipped over a lot of
Mm-hmm.
time while we were there because you guys did so much. So that happened during that event, which is why I'm telling you it now because you guys didn't actually experience that and might not really remember it, but your characters do.
Okay. Okay.
I see. I see. Uh, a small little question. When you say suffocating, you actually mean it? Like
No,
it's actually.
not like literally like it doesn't pull the air out of like it doesn't pull the oxygen out of the air. It just has the illusion of being suffocating because it's so like it's thick. It's almost like panic attack inducing. You know what I mean?
It's
I see.
oppressive, claustrophobic.
Yeah.
Huh. That's
Like
very interesting.
like have you ever been in dark that's so dark that like you almost feel like you can't breathe?
Uh,
Yeah, fair enough.
uh, well, me personally, no. I have been in darkness so dark that I feel like I have my eyes closed even though I have opened them.
That's
But
that's the same kind of darkness, but it does affect people differently, so I guess that's fair. But some
I
people
see.
say that whenever they're in dark like that, where they feel like their eyes are closed even though they're open, um, they feel that they can't breathe, that it's almost like it's pressing on them. Um, like Archer said, claustrophobic is a very good way to put it because you
I
feel
see.
like since it's all around you, that it's just close and like squeezing you.
Damn. Well, I guess I feel like glad I didn't experience darkness like that. But yeah, I've been in pitch black rooms, like
Yeah.
having to find the sorry for the no, I'm not going to say it.
I've been
I've
down to
been
the darkest depths of the earth.
like going down to a basement, pitch dark, trying to find the effing light switch,
You can swear on
and I'm
Twitch, it
just,
won't get me in trouble.
huh?
You can swear on Twitch, it won't get me in trouble.
It's still, I'd rather not. But yeah, like pitch black. The I don't know why the light switch is not on the stairs or on the door. It's way inside the basement, and I'm seeing nothing. And I don't have my phone with me because I didn't brought it, and I'm just looking for the light switch, and I'm stumbling on whatever box it's down there, and then literally pitch black. You don't hear nothing. You don't see anything. You only see the light that is on the stairs.
It was
Uh,
just
Excuse me?
I think that was just someone in the background.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Uh, but I didn't felt claustrophobic. Uh, I had my eyes open, but I wasn't seeing anything.
Yeah, that's always spooky.
yeah, it is annoying when that happens. Mm.
Alright, so
Okay, so you were saying about the weather events. Um,
yes,
it,
so that's why I was telling you guys about it, is because you, like as players, may not remember it because it didn't really happen, but your characters would remember it because we skipped over it, but it did happen.
oh, okay. So can we assume the characters can assume that this is just another random weather event?
Um,
Hmm.
you could maybe assume that. I mean, I'm not going to tell you what your character should or should not decide, but
I see.
if you think
It's an option.
Foolproof, right, if you think Foolproof would have put the keys together and formed a keyring, then, then I have presented you with enough
Yeah,
information for him to do that.
yeah. I don't. I personally don't think Foolproof would say, "Oh, it's just another weather event," but he would. Uh, he likes to have options, especially in situations when they know is your biggest enemy, right?
Right.
It could
I
be a creature.
Yeah.
I do think that there's some merit to Foolproof's like err on the side of caution that he was just talking about though. So like, hey, yo, like I know what cold can do to things and like we should be careful because it's only getting colder the further we go in.
Yeah.
Also it should be worth noting that Fee is like shivering right now.
Oh no.
Archus takes one of the, uh, you know, takes one of his, takes a blanket out of his bag and puts it over her. He'd have his sleeping gear, so maybe he'd have his like sleeping bag or something.
We still have the animal fur, right? The what's it called? The not leather. What was it called? Pelts. We still
Pelts,
have the
yeah.
animal pelts. Yeah. Uh, I remember we did a small, not blanket, but like a coat.
Hmm.
Foolproof can pull that out of his bag and just give it to Fee. Wrap her real good.
Yeah, just keep her warm.
Arcturus gathers up a large stick, wraps some, kindling and cloth around it, and he uses his druid craft to make a quick torch to provide some heat.
Would what was the spell? What's this spell called? Uh, would Sacred Flame melt the ice?
I don't see why it wouldn't, since it's not ice that's caused by like a creature that's made of ice. Like, it's not like an ice dragon or something, for example, that would be like stronger magic than what you're capable of. So I don't see why it wouldn't melt it, but Fee's not covered in ice, if that's what you were worried about. So,
No. I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to. Well, I just wanted to try for two things. One, I didn't know if the what's it called, sacred flame actually, because it says that it's a flame-like radiance descends on a creature that you can see within range. I didn't knew if I needed an actual creature target. Uh,
No is correct in that sentence. You don't need to say to be.
so I don't need a creature target. I just need a target.
Yeah.
Okay. The second thing is it says flame-like radiance, so I don't know if it's actually heat or just light, and it's
Well,
called sacred flame.
we describe torches and candles and things like that as radiating heat. So it might mean light because, cleric, but I'm willing to allow it to include heat as well.
Okay, so yeah, Foolproof would use the cantrip, Sacred Flame, just to see if the ice around him would melt.
It does. It seems to take a while, like maybe this ice is, a lower temperature than typical ice, but it does melt, in fact.
Hmm.
Okay, okay.
It so it's slow.
Hmm.
Uh,
It is slow, but it does work.
and okay, okay, okay.
Ugh.
I'm just thinking right now. Sorry.
You're fine.
Okay, so it did eventually melt. How long roughly did it take? Because we know that I said it was slow. So are we talking like ridiculously slow, where like this is definitely like something? Oh,
Not too bad. It took
like
about 4 minutes.
okay, okay.
4 minutes.
No, nothing
So
insane then. Nothing
I
insane.
I I, I assume that while Arthurus was using the pelts and the Kindle to do a makeup torch, uh, Foolproof was just a small radiant light to see if the ice melts for 4 minutes. Let's see.
I can picture Foolproof sitting there talking to himself, like, okay, I'm gonna give this 5 minutes, and if it doesn't work.
Yeah, basically. But the thing is, the Foolproof is from a mountain, right? It's not a frozen tundra kind of thing, but it's cold. The higher you go, the more ice you will see, and the different creatures you will find. And I'm thinking, would Foolproof? Can I do what's it called? Background check to see if Foolproof remembers
History?
history. History. I'm going to do a history check real quick.
Can I do another history check and hopefully not roll a one?
What are you looking for, Alice?
Well, because again, like just with my guy's background, he might know something about this ice, considering it's taking four 4 minutes just to melt, even with like
A 10.
some
What
magical
what do
fire.
what do I get with a 10?
Yeah, Atlas, I'll let you roll for that. Um, so for a 10, yeah, I mean, you're kind of familiar with what's going on, Foolproof, but not 100% because this isn't something that happens unnaturally where Foolproof is from. This is something that happens naturally where Foolproof is from. So it's
All right. What about
it's similar
how
but
did
not
I
the
do?
same. As for an 18 though, Atlas does know what's going on. You do know that this is a
Heck
weather
yeah,
event.
he knows something. His brain works.
Light
He's
bulb moment,
alive.
literally.
The light came back on.
He just had to get hit
Atlas.
in the head with a falling pistol first.
Atlas, I don't have the know-how really to do this myself, but I don't suppose there's some way we can estimate how cold, no pun intended, our trail is by how quickly our trail moved from wet ground where the ice had melted to frozen ground, based on the estimation, based on the rough time it took the ice to melt when exposed to a flame.
Well, if
Yeah,
you give me a
actually,
minute to think, and I might be able to tell you.
the thing is, we can determine how cold, theoretically speaking, we can determine how cold the ice was, depending on how fast it melted from foolproof's sacred flame. But at the same time, I don't think, well, foolproof personally wouldn't be able to do that kind of equation. But since he's from a cold place, he knows that ice actually doesn't melt that slowly, or at least when they work with ice, because they do work with ice, it would be a little bit not unnatural, but it's certainly not the ice that foolproof is used to seeing.
All right, look, what would I know?
So you do know that this is a weather event. You have been in this before. Um, and you know that there's really no escape from it other than just simply leaving the area. What's concerning to you, however, is that the harpies you're looking for and Fee's best chance of finding a safe home seems to have gotten caught in this, which supports your theory that you thought that they had an emergency landing. If they were caught in this maybe from the air, then this would make them indeed land and they would have been disoriented, which
Okay.
would prove the signs of struggle, etc., etc.
But sorry,
Okay, gentlemen, and
they
Fee.
sorry for interrupting. They fell and they walked this way towards the natural disaster. Let's say, is that correct? Or
Yes. So what we're thinking is, so thinking is currently that they were flying over here, and that this magical event happened, causing this cold, and they flew over during the whilst it's been so cold, causing them to come down and emergency land because they couldn't fly through fast enough, so they needed to land. They got disoriented. Now we need to find them because they're stuck in here somewhere. Because
Well,
if Fee's
that's
anything to go by, we need to find them fast.
I'm afraid to ask, but do you think this settlement of harpies is right in the middle of this uh, icy prison?
Prison's a good word.
I have a feeling you're going to be right.
I don't want to be, but that also begs the question: were they flying towards the settlement uh, emergency land, and then just walk willingly towards this frozen
I think
uh,
they got disoriented. I'm going to go with they were probably flying past this. Maybe not. So they may have been flying towards the settlement. And then it may have even been somewhat a crash landing. That's why we saw them. It's not even an emergency landing, it's a crash. Like they actually crashed into each other. Why it looks like there was a struggle earlier on.
I do wonder. Well, if you guys allow me, since I have cold resistance, can I go ahead and scout ahead just a little bit to see how cold it actually gets?
Sure, that's actually probably a good idea. We can make a base camp here. Actually, can I?
no. I think we must find them soon, should we not?
At the
Yes, but the
same
best chance we have is because if we can set up a base camp here, including setting up a bonfire or something to be able to keep warm,
we don't
then
know if the area is gonna get colder from here or warmer
and also
from
we
here.
don't know if they actually are in there.
Yes, I'll I'll go for a spin. As funny as that sounds, check the perimeter, and I'll just return in a few minutes. If I take longer than 15 minutes, you guys can go look for me or just retreat. Worst case scenario, I don't know. I'll try to signal you guys using. Do I have anything to signal you? Sacred flame spirit.
I mean, if you send something up into the sky, I'm sure we'll notice it somehow.
I have guiding bolt, so I can fire a few shots up, hoping that you guys see it.
I'd imagine that
Would
would
that work,
actually
Lyric?
look a lot like a firework, so yes.
Okay, yay! So I'll do that. Okay, so Lyric, Fulbur just got, he goes walking, but he goes straight to the cold, like just like at least 50 meters uh, over there.
Okay, you said,
He,
I'm sorry,
he
did you
just
say
in the
50 or 15?
15. He's just going to keep walking until he sees something strange.
Okay, give me perception check. And since you're from this environment that you've now found yourself in, I'm gonna give you advantage on that for this one check. Well, guess you didn't need it anyway. You got advantage, but you know.
I did
Jeez.
no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't say
So that
keep
was
hiding.
2d20.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I didn't. Come on.
I'll let you do that again. Since
14. I at least.
Okay, 14 is good enough. So among the frost on the ground, almost imperceptible to someone who isn't, on alert looking for it, you find a
So
small.
sorry for interrupting you, Lyric. Is the floor actually like frozen in ice, or is just like uh I don't know how to describe it. Like
Or
It's
you
frosted.
would see
so
snow, so to
it's
speak.
it's no longer frosted and it's not snow, it is ice. It is frozen. Um, but because all of the water that's like on everything, and of course you're in a humid environment, it's a temperate deciduous rainforest, so there's water everywhere. All of that is frozen. So there's this like white powder almost that's like all over everything, but it's not snow. It's ice. Does that make sense?
Yes. I know. You're talking about what's it called? Let me Google translate it because I know the word in Spanish, but I don't remember. You talking about rhyme?
Rimed?
Rime. I think it's called rhyme.
I've never heard that word.
Not
The
familiar.
thing is, in Spanish we have a called escarcha. It's a thin layer of ice that is not actually ice, but it's neither snow.
I've heard that word in Spanish, but I just looked up the word for Rhine, and none of those definitions have anything to do with ice.
Put rhyme frost.
Oh, yeah, when you put it with the word frost, yeah, okay.
Is it like that?
It's rime ice, actually. It forms
Rhyme
when super
ice.
cooled water liquid droplets freeze onto surfaces. It is a meteorological event. So, yeah, there's soft rhyme and hard rhyme. So yes, so this would be soft rhyme. It looks like someone blasted everything with powdered sugar, like out of like a leaf blower.
Yeah, I do know what it looks like. Uh,
I didn't know there was a word for that. Interesting.
yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like everything's been blasted by powdered sugar out of a leaf blower. But yes.
Pu-
So there is a little bit of like a layer of that on your surroundings. Um,
even in the floor.
yes, even on the ground. And so there's like a slight crunch whenever you walk, but not the same crunch as
Okay,
snow.
that is that is actually very unnatural because that usually only grows on foliage. So, tooth, while Foolproof is walking, he's thinking to himself because or something uh, sprayed with water this area really quickly, or and then froze it, or there was a massive precipitation and then it got froze because this on the ground rain like this is actually a little bit unnatural.
It is definitely unnatural, and it is like super cool, like super rapid. Um, but regardless, for your perception check, you do on the ground in underneath a layer of like this powder that's on everything, you find a small harpy.
Wait, whoa. Uh, what? Sorry for asking, but what do I see? Do I see a wing, a feather, an actual person? His face is it dead?
It is alive. They're just very cold, probably not in very good shape, but they are alive. And so you find them. You think it's a rock at first. I would think Foolproof would probably think like, oh, that looks like a nice place to sit to like kind of figure out where I am. Uh, and then you get closer and discover it's actually covered in feathers.
Actually, anything that's frozen, the rocks don't usually get frozen. They just get covered.
Well, right,
So
that's what I'm saying. So like it's not frozen, it's just in the powder. You know what I mean? Like so you probably would have thought like, "Oh, this looks like a nice place to sit to figure out where I am." And then, anyway, that was just me imagining what Foolproof would do
no,
to like stumble
yeah,
across
no.
this.
Since Foolproof is very used to navigating icy places, he knows what is a rock and what is not, because knowing what's at your feet is very important. If you step on something that you think is a rock and it's not, you can fall. If you fall, you can hurt yourself, even if a little bit, and that's bad. So
That's
he
also a
would
very good
notice,
point.
yeah. So he would notice that it's not actually a rock. I assume that he noticed the feathers and immediately just rushed. Can I combine two spells at once, or can I do one after the other repeatedly?
Yeah, I mean, you're not in combat, so you're not using spell slots, so yes, you can absolutely one after the other. Um, but action economy dictates that you can't cast two spells at once. So you can't do that unless you're a sorcerer, but um,
Okay,
you could
so
do one after
I
the other.
one after the other. Even if it's a little dangerous, I hope it doesn't do a lot of damage. But Foolproof just wants to actually use Sacred Flame to just remove the layer of ice from this harpy, and then immediately use Cure Wounds on them, if possible, and if safe. He would want to repeat this process until the harpy is fine, even if it's unconscious. Is
Okay.
that possible?
Yeah, absolutely. This harpy is unconscious, but they do seem to be responding well to this sort
Hello?
of treatment. You can't hear me?
No, the thing is, my internet. Well, the little thing over here, that the 3 bars. The thing is, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
Yeah.
just fine. Actually, we can hear you
Yeah.
better than we
Oh,
normally
okay,
do.
okay. Okay. The thing is, I have a little thing over here, right? It's 3 bars, right? It's constantly going up and down from red to green, from red to green. So I was wondering if you guys can hear me just fine, or it's just me who can't hear you well enough.
No, we can hear you really well.
At the moment.
Okay, so Lyric, I just wanted to ask, is it's what Foolproof is doing, is that correct, or is he hurting more than helping, or
Yeah, so I was just saying, the harpy is unconscious, but they do seem to be responding well to this sort of treatment. It looks like the color is starting to come back in their face. They're not waking up, but their breathing starts to become less shallow. It seems to be helping.
Okay, Foolproof is just going to repeat this process until he can say for sure that that Foolproof can pick this harpy up and just go running, and I mean running towards Atlas and Arterius.
And Fee.
Amphi, sorry, Amphi. Uh, how big is this harpy? Can Foolproof tell if it's a child or an adult?
They look to be just a little bit older than Fee.
Why do you do this to me? You know I have a soft spot for children.
Archers, at this point, has started to build a slightly bigger bonfire from his torch, as Foolproof requested, to keep everyone warm. Um, hey, Atlas, do you know anything about setting up tents? You might need shelter.
Lo and behold, I actually do. Alright, so
Sorry for interrupting again. Lyric, how much time would Foolproof take in not freeing this harpy from the ice?
Maybe a little over 5 minutes.
Oh, really? Yeah. The, sorry for doing that. Can he take longer than that? Because regaining body heat in 5 minutes, I think it's too short.
Even by
Uh,
magical means?
I would think so because uh, well, unless uh, what 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 spell does Foolproof using? Does Cure Wounds restore body heat? What do you think?
I was thinking that that was the Sacred Flame, and then the Cure Wounds was just
Yeah,
helping them,
but
like,
the thing is,
retain their
uh,
vitals.
Sacred Flame unfroze a cube of ice in 4 minutes, right? But I don't think that the same thing can be applied to humans or a body because it's a lot more. It's a bigger surface area, right? I
Granted,
don't think
yes,
they.
I agree it's bigger surface area, but they're already internally warm. It's different from melting ice, which is internally and externally cold.
Yeah, I mean, how cold this harpy was? He was not like
They
dying for hypothermia.
no, and they don't have any signs of frostbite or anything like that. They were just simply
Okay,
unconscious.
yeah, I was thinking that they were like an hour on the ice and
No.
okay, okay. So Foolproof would finish his work and immediately go back in 5 minutes. So I don't think. How long would Atlas and Archers take in setting up a bonfire?
Well, considering that Atlas has, in the past, set up a bonfire large enough to eradicate an entire cave full of spiders, literally thousands of spiders, um, maybe,
Instantly?
maybe the same amount of time? Like, I feel like they would finish at the same time doing what they're doing as you're arriving back.
Okay. Uh, Atlas and Atlas and Archers just hear tum 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 as Foolproof is approaching with this another harpy child on their hands and just kneel before them and leave the gently leave the child on the floor.
Fee is
fair
gonna
enough.
go up to them and kind of like make curious little chirping noises.
Uh, guys,
Yeah. You found another one.
uh,
That means we're in the right direction.
the thing is, I found this one unconscious on the ice over there. They were a little bit cold, but not too cold. So that makes me think that they weren't too much time on the ice. I don't know why they were unconscious, but I assume there's more. So, uh, how cold was Lyric? How cold it was where Foolproof found this harpy?
Sorry, what was the question?
How cold it was where Foolproof found this harpy?
I need to translate that into Celsius really quickly. Give me 1 second.
It's okay. I have the transform the thing over here open, so you can give them in Fahrenheit.
-3 Celsius.
-3. That's cold. At least they weren't. If you guys can withstand below zero uh, temperature, I would request you guys follow me because if there's one, there's more.
Mm-hmm.
Quite right.
There's some. All right. Probably best if I stay with the fire, just as
Yeah.
Yes.
I know how to look after it, and then
Also take care of Fee. Uh, Arthur, can I like pick you up so I can go running where I found it or something? Is Foolproof big enough to pick up Arthur? He's a halfling, right?
Yes, Artrus is a halfling. You can very easily pick him up if you're a. What do you say you are, a Goliath?
8 feet tall Goliath.
Then yeah, it's reasonable to assume that you could.
Yeah. Foolproof.
Very well. Very well. In the interests of expediency, I suppose. I suppose it'll be fine if you carry me on your
Foolproof.
shoulder. Um,
Foolproof would grab onto on my shoulder or something to just to go because Foolproof would just grab Arthur, put him on his shoulder or something, and he would just bolt towards the direction that he found this other harpy.
Arthur is clinging onto his shoulder and sort of neck to prevent from being thrown off, and he is at the same time carefully looking around to make sure he can cover any spots that foolproof might miss with his gaze.
Perception
Yeah.
check, please.
Is it okay? I don't know how this worked because in this situation, I feel like Foolproof would unconsciously enter a rage, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like the
Yeah.
adrenaline.
So yeah, yeah. His heart is pumping, and he just wants to find these people. Like he's not angry, right? But his desire to preserve the life of these people would be so strong that he's just enter a rage unconsciously. Uh, so they arrive at the scene. Uh, Foolproof gently uh, puts Arthur on the ground and says, "Sorry for going so quickly. Are you okay?"
Well, my hair blew in my face, so I couldn't see anything. We may have missed someone back there if you didn't spot them yourself.
I went on a straight line, so I don't think so. Even still, I will start just
See, I
looking
rolled a
around.
3 on the perception check, so
Ouch. Let
So,
me do another.
as you guys are sprinting through this, like super frost, basically, um, there is someone who runs by and they're screaming, like screaming, and all they're doing is just running. Like before you even can register what's going on, they just like zoom past you. There's no reason to follow them, so please don't. But they're screaming about the potato god and potato pastures and promises of potato land.
boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, boil 'em, boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Stick 'em in a stew.
I wished I understood that reference, Archers, but I didn't. Sorry.
Sorry,
Where is that
It's
from?
from Lord of the Rings.
it was a meme from the
Oh,
mid to late 2000s from the second Lord of the Rings film, The Two Towers, where Sam uh, talks about how their meal would be um, better if they had some taters, and Gollum asks Sam if what taters are, and he says potatoes, and he says boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. And sometime in my childhood,
oh,
remixed that sentence into a like a song and posted on YouTube. And me and my brother had a laugh about it many years ago.
I see. I see.
And Arthas is a halfling, so
Okay. Could we tell? Is the person running a harpy? Could we even tell if it was, or
Nope.
is it just a human?
They were just literally a blur, just walking by, vaguely humanoid, just zipping on by.
Just stuff like.
Are they coming my way?
Yep. By the way, that was a Twitch redemption. It has nothing to do with anything. It was just a random thing that they
Uh,
wanted to happen.
because
Okay, okay.
I'm glad that you said that because Foolproof was actually going. You said that it's no, don't bother following this guy, but Foolproof was going to actually. So I'm glad you told me that.
Arthas might have as well.
This is I don't know if this is a strange question because Foolproof walks at a speed of 30 feet. Uh, this is walking speed, 30 feet. But compared to a halfling like Arthur's, how faster could Foolproof run since he's 8 feet tall, Goliath?
Well, you can use the dash action to move an extra 10 feet.
Huh?
Oh, no, actually, doesn't dash double your movement speed, so it's 60 feet instead of.
I
Yes, it
do
does.
not. Does it? It does that? Oh, that's
It
curious.
does. It does. That's why the
It's
fastest mouse moving character was 180 feet per second.
excuse me.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Long story.
Tabaxi monks.
Oh, oh.
Nope.
Huh?
Just a lot of magical items.
Okay. Anyway, uh, foolproof. Uh, he, foolproof first instinct would be to just look at the direction of this person and try to follow them, but then he would his thought process would be that person running, follow them. Wait, what are they running from? He wouldn't listen to a word they were saying, but he would look at the opposite direction and see if something or someone was following this guy and be on. I assume what would Arthur be doing?
What would Arthas be doing?
Yeah,
He'd probably be trying to get his hair out of his face so he can try and uh, you know, make another perception check to make himself useful. Yeah, also
11.
wondering what the heck the guy was just doing. What the heck that guy who just
Yeah,
ran past us was talking about.
yeah. Uh, what do I get for that? 11.
So you're doing an 11 on perception to see if you can find more harpies?
Yes.
So you guys don't find any more harpies, but you do find some harpy tracks.
Harpy tracks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's follow them. Foolproof is in a hurry because well, he's in a rage. But let's yeah. Hey Archers, I found more tracks. Follow me. Foolproof is walking fast,
Follow him, he's
so
on your shoulder!
but I said that he was foolproof. Once they reached where the place he found the harpy, foolproof took Artrus from his shoulder, put him on the ground, and said, "Sorry for going so fast. Are you okay?"
Um, I'm well, but I can't seem to pick anything out.
Uh,
Hopefully I will still be able to help
okay.
later down the trail, but we must be off. The trail is not yet ended, and there could yet be more harpies further
Yeah.
along.
I can see the trail a trail going over in this direction. Let's follow it. And Foolproof would walk towards the trail, but he's walking fast. He's not noticing that he's walking fast, but he's walking fast.
Arthas
Uh,
is very deliberate in his pace and sort of semi sprints to keep up with the somewhat larger Goliath.
Foolproof would be constantly looking right, left, right, center, on his feet, around, behind again. He's
Now,
very,
foolproof. Look both ways before you cross the street.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, what's the word?
Arthur is glancing around a little more slowly to make sure he gets greater detail um, on everything and to make sure that Foolproof doesn't run into anything head first because he's glancing the wrong way.
Yeah, Foolproof is looking around a little bit frantically. So yeah, does anybody of us see anything, Lyric, or just keep following the trail?
Yeah, so you guys follow the trail for quite a while actually. And right whenever you start to think about heading back, maybe to go and tell Atlas that there's nothing in this
Uh,
direction, um, you see some feathers on top of the rhyme.
Hmm.
Sarok, hello there.
Sarah, hello!
Oh, you did appear! En's not here yet. He said he was gonna go shopping.
Where exactly did we see these feathers, Lyric? I think your mic cut a little bit. I couldn't hear you.
They're
On
on
top
top
of the
of.
Rhine ice.
Yes.
But on the ground, on a bush, on a tree,
Oh, yes,
on the
sorry, on the ground.
on the ground. Just feathers. It's not a body.
Yeah, but they don't look like damaged feathers. They look like maybe they just kind of fell off. And
Fell
then
off.
a
Okay.
little
Helps.
further off, there's some more feathers, so it looks like maybe someone is kind of leading a trail of like loose feathers.
Okay. Foolproof just as soon as Foolproof noticed, he beelines towards it.
So Zarok, would you like a refresher on what's going on?
Sure, shoot.
Oh my
Are you
god, you
waking
sound
up?
so tired.
You do, it's true.
um,
Just got up.
Yeah. Good morning or good afternoon, good evening.
since
I,
since Foolproof is here for mission um Operation Phi Fix, Fee Fi Fo Fum would have been a much better title for this session.
It's
But
What about
wait,
Phoenix?
it's
ooh,
actually Operation KFE.
yeah, there's that too. Um,
We did not agree on a name for this, did we?
we did not agree on a name for this. uh, but so anyway, since Foolproof is here, we're doing that. Since you left Atlas in charge of it, and he's here, and Archers is with him, and we just kind of plopped Foolproof into the forest with them. So remember the weather event was ice patches, magical ice patches that appear out of nowhere and can get down to negative 25 degrees. So they
I
discovered
swore I
this.
remembered.
So
Sarok,
Sorry.
I
they
can't hear you.
he hasn't said anything. Um,
Okay.
so they kind of like proceeded cautiously, very slowly at first, and then they ended up like right in the middle of this. Um, they found another harpy child, and now they're hot on a trail looking for more. If you want, you're welcome to
I'm
join them,
sorry.
since the other.
Not children specifically, just
Hold a damn second.
harpies.
You're telling me that instead of trying to get rid of one child harpy, we gotta get rid of another one?
Well, they're still trying to find the
Maybe.
colony. Obviously, they're going to return it whenever they find them. But they haven't found the colony yet. Instead, they found signs that the colony was here and maybe had to make an emergency landing because of all this ice.
Still got another one.
They're trying to proceed cautiously and not get caught in the extreme cold that they're now surrounded by.
Out of
Because,
I'm pretty sure I'm willing to wait for N or at least anyone else in case we do need. everyone. You know, so if he does show a little later, then we could just grab him because I'm still technically trying to figure out where the hell my other son ran off to.
Yeah, that's a good question. I hope he's okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
I know. All I know that he's right now in a building about to die, and it's getting really, really late.
oh, you mean
So,
in the game? I was so scared for a second.
oh no! I know where he is and I know what he's doing, but in game, ugh.
Well, anyway, N said he would be here later, but he didn't give me any sort of ETA, so I don't know if he's gonna show up at all.
Yeah, no, don't worry. He'll jump on.
Expected time of arrival?
I'll
That's
figure it
correct,
out.
Artress.
Wait.
Yeah.
But anyhow, so you're welcome to join in on these shenanigans anytime, since it doesn't make sense for your character to be doing what he was doing.
Oh, I could summon. I can summon him with the bird bow.
You can. You can. You can send the bird to go and give him a message.
I turn to Foolproof and say, I think we might need backup here. It's a risk to get rid of my primary weapon at the moment, but I think we can resort to these strange pistol boomerangs if necessary. So, I mean, he takes the bow out of his bag. He plays it. Oh, let's see. What do you need to do for this?
Lyric, I know these pistol boomerangs have a +4 to hit, but I was thinking of Foolproof giving his gun to Artress and asking, dude, can you dual wield, Artress?
Just a moment. He holds the bow up in his uplifted palm, and and speaks a few words to it. He says, I need you to go find Zarok. Bring him. Tell him that we're pursuing the harpy colony into a flash freeze frozen area, and that we may need his help when we find them. Now go. And the bow shapeshifts into a magical raven and flies off into the air with a little push from him. Uh, then he turns to Foolproof and says, right, yes. What is the question?
Can you dual wield?
I don't see why not. If I need
Here,
to.
I'm not good with boomerangs. Here, and he just gives the gun, the boomerang gun, to Artress.
um, he slips both boomerang guns under his belt like he's some sort of cowboy.
The thing is, I, lyric, I do know that the boomerangs have a +4 on hit, but I don't think Foolproof could like effectively throw it, if that makes any sense.
I don't see why not. I mean, it's a magical pistol,
Yeah. How big is it?
the size of like a six-shot pistol, like Yosemite Sam has.
Ah,
You mean
okay.
like a revolver?
Yeah,
Would that fit on Foolproof's hand? He has big fingers.
they're magical, so I feel like they would probably adjust to.
Hey, and
Hey, man!
hello.
I finally don't have to work today.
Woo!
Congratulations!
It's almost like you were magically summoned here by by the
By a
power
raven!
by the
Yeah, what
power
you
of a
mean?
certain alphabet.
No, what you mean? It was almost as if he was just finally wanted to stop avoiding us all.
The only thing that I'm trying not to avoid is the ham, actually.
Honestly, I'm also trying to avoid the ham right now too, bro. I don't want to get hit by the ham.
You want me to
How,
unleash what's in the ham?
how much? Does it still have a +1, or how much does it have right now?
I think it still has a +1. It's just the energy from the explosion that's in there now.
What? Excuse me?
The ham will
The
release the power of an explosion whenever it hits someone.
But only
someone,
but only
not saying
once.
names,
It's only the next
someone
time
might
it.
Only
take
once.
part, and then there
Okay.
was a bunch of mustard gas or chlorine gas. And since we have a tiefling, his fires
If you would
ignited
like
said
to,
gas.
if you would like to know or see what it would look like to be a magical terrorist, N is basically your response right now.
Yeah, hands down a
I see.
magical terrorist.
The crime against humanity.
So, so you have a ham that is also a C4.
Exactly. It's
Huh.
exactly that.
What a laugh.
The alarm is gone.
Okay. Where were we?
I
We
don't.
were
I don't remember.
walking plus running through the
Well,
cold
I was,
rainforest.
I
Uh,
was giving Artrus the other gun,
yeah,
Oh
you're
right?
yes.
giving Archers the gun, and then there's currently a gun that is transformed into a crow that may become lunch
Not a
if
gun, a bow.
oh sorry, a bow that transformed into a bird that may become lunch. We'll find out in a minute.
All right. So let me backtrack a little bit. Um. So this has not been a very serious session, because there were only three of them here until just a couple of minutes ago. So, to start off with, everybody was in the forest. They were on Operation KFE, which is to find Phi a new home. And there was a rumor that had been discovered about a harpy colony that was staying in the forest nearby. So Zorak decided to investigate it and took half of the party with him. There's other stuff going on involving other characters, but they're not here, so I'm not going to go over that right now. Um, and they're somewhere else anyway, so it's not relevant to any of this. Um, oh, also each of your children was given a battle axe
Good.
and
Good.
um
They will be fine warriors.
magical sentient battle axes that change their names every session. So everything from Rick Axley to Axel Rose. Um,
What about Michael Axon?
yeah, included.
No.
Um, anyway, uh,
Yeah, Zay, you should listen to their new hit single, Axeman.
um,
I heard it's a real kill. Like I heard it's a real swinger.
so your children were given axes in the session before this one, because we had someone who unfortunately had to leave the campaign due to personal reasons, and uh, she split her axe in half and gave one half to each of the children. Um, so then, following the trail of these harpies, they ended up in a freeze patch, which is a magical super meteorological event that is basically just a patch of ground that is super frozen air. Um, and it kind of looks like nuclear winter. It looks like it
Jesus Christ, lyric.
it looks like everything has been like sandblasted with powdered sugar out of a leaf blower,
Rhyme.
right? But not everyone
You
knows what that is.
sound
I was describing it.
terrified out of such simple words. Just nuclear snowstorm. Okay.
Don't tell me. Is it radioactive as well?
It's not radioactive, but I was just comparing the visuals of it to nuclear winter. Um,
Jesus Christ. It's actually sorry. It's actually a little haunting now that you mention
Okay.
it.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So basically, it looks like Chernobyl, a barren wasteland, nothing but mutated crickets and silence.
and ice.
Exactly. Exactly.
So they have found a harpy child who was either abandoned or lost in the snow somehow, and not snow, but for lack of better phrasing, in the ice. And they've they've brought them back to Atlas, who is at sort of like a makeshift like bonfire, campfire sort of situation. Artress and Foolproof have continued further down the trail, and Fee, the unnamed harpy child who is unconscious at the moment, so they can't like get a name or be given a name or anything like that, and Atlas are at this bonfire. Um, so the party is currently split in three different directions, with one direction not even being here, and then we have the bonfire, and then we have Hot on the Trail. Um, in the midst of all of this, two events have happened. A naked, vaguely humanoid person ran past screaming something about the potato god and potato pastures. That's not something that needs to be followed. Um, and then the god of
No,
mischief.
no, no. That needs to be thoroughly investigated to the very much,
I agree.
uh,
very much edge. As far as possible, we are going to follow through with this clue. What is it about a potato god?
Let me keep going. And then the god of mischief has blessed you all with pistols that are incapable of firing, but when thrown, come back to you like a boomerang. They're +4 to hit, and they do 2d8.
Okay.
Both
Go.
those and the potato guy were blessings from the Twitch chat.
Yes.
Imagine that. First we have the ham, then we're going to have a potato.
Hey man,
I'm going
just
to
to let
make
you
a
know,
culinary pantheon, I think.
We're having a Sunday
just to
roast
let
at this
y'all
point.
know, this is a very, very elaborate ruse for breakfast.
Imagine that at the end of the campaign, we were just serving the gods breakfast.
We weren't trying to serve God. We are just trying to serve Lyric a single plate of breakfast.
Since I am the
uh,
god of this campaign.
Roast god ribs.
a ham that is C4. What a potato that is a grenade. What are we going to find next?
Yeah,
A stew that is
pizza ham, pizza
nitroglycerin.
ham that is a
Well,
flavor
we'll find
bomb.
sugar shakers filled with arsenic, of course.
What we're currently doing is we just created a ham that's a pure flavor bomb, and now we're creating the best mashed potatoes ever, or maybe the best taters. Who knows?
We're
But
not hunting that guy down to mash him into bits. We're not doing that.
Hey man, we need the Spud Bud.
He
Spud
may
Bud
find
is best bud.
in his eye if it is the will of his potato.
by the way, just images of rhyme ice of frost.
Ooh, very fascinating. I've seen this stuff before.
Yeah. So this is covering everything: the trees, the bushes, the floor. It's very unnatural, actually.
It's unnatural. Well, actually, it is pretty natural depending on where you are.
It's
Perfectly
it's not
natural.
it's natural in areas where it's cold. We're on a tropical jungle rainforest.
We're in temperate rainforests rather than tropical.
I will say this: damn beautiful to see in person.
Yeah, beautiful. But the thing is, since it's a tropical rainforest that we are right now, it's not very natural. And even if these particular images are natural, it's it should be only the plants that are covered in it, but everything is covering it. The floor, the everything.
You know, it took me a second to. It took me a second to figure out that you're talking about in-game stuff. I thought you were talking about out-of-game
Yeah,
stuff for a second.
yeah,
Well,
yeah,
the
yeah.
ongoing climate crisis does make that a bit of
I know, right?
a
The
bit
situation just
ambiguous.
happens to be pretty. It works on both situations. Anyway,
Yeah,
Actually, yeah.
that's your scene.
L-
the Anthropocene is a dire age.
Yes. Okay, okay. So, anything else to add, Lyric? Or
I don't think I forgot anything.
we
Is there
talked
any?
about it? You talk about the other harpy child that we found, the
I did.
nuclear winter,
I did.
the boomerang guns,
I did.
the bow that turned into a raven.
Yeah, we did.
Um, is that it?
That's it. That's the whole last 2 hours so far.
Okay.
Okay, any questions?
Performance.
So just for the sake of like consistency and also putting you somewhere, and we can say that you're with Zavrak, and Archerus has a bow that turns into a bird that can become a magical messenger for him. And so um he used his bow to contact Zavrak. So that means that you also would get the same message once the bird reaches you.
Okay. I'm with Dad.
Come, my child,
Oh, Father, I was so scared in the forest. It's
my
dark.
son, my son.
Where the hell is Sano?
Where is
Did
He's
you
my
get to him?
lost.
son?
Did you get rid of him? Like you're gonna do to me? Ah!
Where is my son? Should go
What's that
crazy.
game? What's that game that has the X button to yell? What was it? It's a game.
Sea of Thieves,
No,
Brain.
no, no. What's it called? Sean, Sean. Have you guys
Heavy
ever
rain.
seen the Heavy
It's heavy
Rat?
rain.
Yeah, that one. It's so funny, dude. It's
That video is
you
hilarious.
just have a button that says yell Sean, and you can do it indefinitely. And you can,
Sano!
yeah,
Sano!
you can just spam it, and your character would be Sean.
Anyway,
Sean, where are you? Sean.
uh,
Anyway,
for the most part, uh, would would N be right next to me, or would I happen to see him in the inn from where I was last left off from last session?
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
I'd imagine whenever you handed over responsibility for what's happening in the forest to Atlas, that N, hearing that something happened to Sano, would have gone with you.
Yeah, Sano's the only one I've let eat the hand.
Well, I have yet to even inform N of Sano's, disappearance yet, because I have yet to even see him in the tavern.
I distinctly remember you saying something out loud about,
No,
Jesus
no, no.
Christ, now I gotta go
If
rescue my kid.
Yeah, no, 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 no. I still don't doubt. I still don't. I gotta go rescue his ass. But I haven't seen N yet. When upon seeking N or spotting N, I will then send him a message stating that I need him to help me find his stupid brother. He's missing.
Oh, well then yeah. So the three of you who are in the forest, are you okay with us skipping to them so that we can get the ball rolling on them joining up with you guys?
Well, sure, I guess.
Okay.
yeah, I mean, we're just
Just
following that
running.
trail currently, right?
Uh-huh.
Heads
Yeah,
up.
yeah. Let's.
I'm about to have a really really fun moment with N, so I do apologize, but also sorry, not sorry.
Just
Uh,
remember that keep it Twitch friendly.
Oh no no no!
yeah.
I'll make sure to keep that part friendly. But I'm about to throw in some tests.
Okay.
Don't be sorry. Besides, you don't are. You aren't.
What does Twitch friendly even mean?
Nothing too descriptive, especially if it's considered R-rated. Nothing too crazy considering language, whether it be
PG-13.
yes, exactly.
Very
Keep
well.
keep everything below or sorry, keep everything above the green mark on Twitch.
You
Everything
almost said below
else.
the belt.
I know.
I
I
heard that.
almost did. Almost. Almost. Keyword is almost. But yes. So yeah, whenever I spot N, I'll shoot him a message. So the question is, N, are you right now down walking around amongst the tavern people, or are you in a room staying with your kids right now?
I'm in the room proud of my children for wielding their axes like true warriors.
Is it just kind of like showing off their axes to each other? Like as
Literally.
soon I can picture it. As soon as one of them puts down the axe, the other one puts up his axe,
Well,
and everyone's just staring at him.
the older one is able to lift it, but the younger one can carry it on his back, but he's having a hard time lifting it with his arms.
Hey, he just need to put it long enough to where like he's showing off a new toy, and as soon as he gets tired, he's like, eh. The other one puts up his toy, and he's like, I got it too.
Hmm.
Like, I can actually picture the kids doing that.
Hmm.
Okay, so you're in the
I
room
need to
with
look in
them.
my bag real quick.
You
I
find a
feel
bag
bad for the struggling child. I want to see if I can give him another weapon for now until he's strong.
Well, they're 4 and 6, and it's a whole ass battle axe, so it's not his fault.
well,
Oh, I know
technically,
they're
not
little
not not a
kids.
whole battle axe, or it's half a battle axe.
I'll look my kid up and down as he struggles like with the axe. And I'll tell them, we're gonna make you train every day until you can carry that. So that way you can defend yourself. And who knows, maybe it'll make you speak.
Spartan
Just
training.
kind of like literally goes pale.
I know, right?
That's
It
not
literally,
how therapy
he
works.
just got practice Spartan training.
You can't muscle your kid into getting over that trauma and stopping being non-verbal.
Hey man, all I'm saying is if the Spartans could do it, why can't
The
I?
Spartans could do it. They were not the best soldiers around. They probably didn't have the best mental states, though. They did have that good homoerotic love with their fellow soldiers, so that was good support for them.
uh, so yeah, and
It's
you gay?
you sending me that message. I'm gonna be honest. If you're sending me that message, I'm not leaving the kids here by themselves, and I might have to bring them. I'm gonna make sure my kids are all ready. I'm gonna make sure they're fed up until Jay gets me his message.
Well, as long as you stay inside the room, I ain't gonna be able to find you for shit.
Oh no, I'm gonna go take them out into the tavern and eat.
Okay, so you're taking it out of the tavern. As soon as you enter the tavern room, and I spot you, you're gonna get a quick little message that states, "I need your help finding your brother. He's missing."
Okay, kids, change of plans. We're taking our food to go. We need to find your uncle. Now I'll go and I'll pick them up and I'll carry one like under each arm because they're small, even though I'm small. But I have a
Oh
high
my
strength.
god, you just mama kitten scruffed him in each arm.
Yeah, Mama Kitten scruffed them. I'm gonna run over to Zerok. Dad, where's Sano?
Look at you and go, well, from my understanding, now of course, don't quote me on this, but from what I heard from a very small bird,
It was a raven. It's not that small. They have very large wingspans.
He's talking about syrup.
Oh, sorry.
a very small bird told me that Sano was on the tail of something and just kind of disappeared. He did, as
I
well as an
don't think
information.
owls are that small either.
Upon that also information, I also got information from the same bird,
Syra is she's a
same
tiny
little
owl.
birdie that apparently that said little birdie informed informed the target that it is now a target. So whatever it is that your brother went to go do may be compromised. So with knowledge of your brother disappearing and no one knows where he is currently, I need you to help me find him just to make sure that he's not dead in an alleyway.
Well, this sounds rather serious, and there's no one here to watch the kids. So I'm
Well,
gonna have to bring them because I'm not leaving them alone.
well, just to make sure, I'm gonna cast message again, so that this is purely through thoughts. No one outside of us two will hear this message or know of this message ever existed. So I quickly said cast message and say and just quickly cast it and say, apparently the mission was given to us by the Tavern Keep. Apparently, people in this town have been acting weird because apparently some fucker decides to change his diet for one day, and that's enough to cause concern. But apparently, that's not just one person, but multiple people have done that to where they've eaten the same food over and over again and just changed it one day randomly.
The
Tavern
cause for
going,
concern. Maybe they just got tired of eating the same thing.
that's what I said. But I mean, your brother said, hey, money is money. And well, that sounds like something I would say. So,
He's not wrong. I mean, I got kids to feed.
so he is currently trying to do that. But like I said, I've lost contact with him. Doesn't really help me. Probably should find him just to make sure he's okay. And if not, well, then help him. If he is okay, then we'll go and try to, well, protect him and save him. But the main thing is we just gotta figure out where he is first.
Just as you say that, there's a loud thunk on the window closest to you.
You know, I thought for a second, Lyric, you're gonna do that nice, beautiful anime moment where the crows flying overhead and all you hear is just aho, aho.
Well, you're in a building, so.
Yeah, in a storyline kind of game. So yeah, it'd be very funny if it zooms out and you see the bird flying above our fucking inn. Just aho, aho, just flies off. So we hear a thunk as I'm pretty sure everyone just looks over.
And you see this
See
like
what that
bird,
thunk
like,
is.
you see this like bird, like, flatten to the glass of this window.
I'm gonna send a message to Ed and go, one of yours?
I look at him and shake my head, and I look at my kids. See, kids, this is what happens when you're stupid and cast magic. Your bird can't recognize a window.
The little one makes grabby fingers at the bird.
You wanna pet it?
Well, I mean, it's probably like concussed or something, so I don't see why we can't try. I'm just gonna go walk over with my kids, regardless of what Zorak says, over to the bird. Because now the kids convinced me that I should pet the bird. It can't help
So,
it. En's a child with the attention span of a child. He's been in a tower.
I just imagine these kids accidentally jumping off a cliff and you're going, you know what, fucking jumps off with them.
Well, hey, first I'll cast fly on them, so that way they can escape. But I'll jump close to the bottom.
See? Like I said, I knew it for a fact already. You be that one guy where the kids look at a cliff, go, you know what? Cannonball. They jump and you look after them as they're falling halfway down. You're like, you know what? Fuck it. And just fall after them.
Let the kids live. I'm gonna play chicken real quick.
yes, yes.
Sure. Okay.
I
Oh.
approach the bird with kids in arm.
So, is Zorak following along with this, or are you staying in the inn? Because
The bird is looking for the rock anyway, so
that's why I'm asking if he's staying along, or like if he's staying where he is, or if he's following along with them.
Well, that's the thing, though, is okay. So before we go, before we go, is it possible? Because technically, I know Mage Hand isn't allowed to carry anything except or anything larger than about 10 pounds, I believe.
Wait, say what now?
Mage Hand.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, Mage Hand is not able to carry or pick up anything larger than about I think 10 or a certain amount of pounds, but it's not much. So if I remember correctly, Mage Hand is very useful but weak spell. Seems like that.
Yes.
So with that, can I use Mage Hand to technically grab a handful of the air and smell of the one guy who I was tailing before? The one guy who looked really suspicious, even though he wasn't a target.
That's a bit much.
All I want to do is grab the air around him, get his scent, and bring it over and say, "Hey, N, memorize this scent," and just have it waft it in his front of his face so that he could smell him and basically memorize him.
That's a
I'll
bit
do my best
much.
with my
But
puppy senses.
scents linger in areas, so why don't you just direct N to where he
Well,
was?
the thing is, dude, I was hoping to do that so that it wouldn't make it obvious that when I threw a giant puff of air in his face and casted, move hair.
Though, as an artificer, you do have stones that you can enchant with certain things like that.
True, but then I have someone who's very prominent in tracking right next to me.
Well, right, but I'm saying instead of using Mage Hand, you can just imbue a stone using your like artificer
uh,
infusions and then present it to N and be like, "Hey, track this person down." And then the next time you need to track someone down, just overwrite the smell.
Nah.
Okay.
I could make it easier. I could make it easier, but where's the fun in that?
I mean, Mage Hand isn't tangible and neither is air, but there's nothing that says that Mage Hand should be able to gather air.
All I'm technically trying to gather is the essence and the smell essence of this person who is supposedly, very suspicious. Now, like I said, if possible, I would just message N and tell him to go get the scent. But if not, then waff of fart in front of in front of N's nose.
I feel like that's a bit much to expect from Mage Hand, though.
Like I said, either A, it's either waff of fart, or B, N go sniff him.
I feel like that's the more plausible option, is for him to go sniff.
Okay, so and hopefully you can memorize that guy's smell because he is definitely a high target threat that could possibly find us or solve us this issue.
He's sitting in here, or I'm just smelling where he was.
Well, he currently still sitting in there, so you're gonna get, I believe, visual and smell, probably audio too.
Are
Yeah.
you against me just going up there and making a scene while smelling him?
Hey,
He
all
is
all I
he is eating,
all
so
I
you
re-
can use the excuse that you just really thought that it was delicious what he was eating and you wanted to know
hey,
what it was.
all I said was get his scent. I never said how to. I just
I
said get
have
his.
an idea.
Like I said, and all you need to know is if I technically send you a message, then I'm walking out the door sending you a message saying,
Okay.
"Hey, there's a guy in here. I need you to get your scent of." As soon as you walk back to me, I point at him and I walk away.
I realized what spell I have that's perfect for this moment.
Do it.
I'm gonna cast invisibility here. And then I'm
All
gonna
right.
go sneak up on this man. And I'm just gonna start smelling the shit out of him while he's eating. I'm gonna smell around his neck, around his shoulders, and his hair. I'm gonna remember this man's
Hey
scent.
yo, lyric. I know I can't really do this for him, but can I insight check this?
uh
And then when I'm done, I wanna whisper in his ear.
Or like, can
You
can
smell
can
really
he
nice.
can he roll a con save just to see if he knows that he's being haunted?
If you don't raise the hair, you go into the deepest depth of hell.
No. Every time he takes a bite. Hell.
Nope, he has no idea. He only rolled a 12.
Oh my god, that's beautiful.
So Zarok is currently tailing someone, his only lead so far on finding Sano, which is a whole different situation that's going on. And so Zarok has ordered N, who is a dog person, just like Sano is, to memorize the scent of the person that he's tailing And so he cast invisibility on himself and then just started sniffing this guy completely unseen.
So if you can imagine, you're at like an Olive Garden or it's just some restaurant by yourself eating, and all of a sudden you just start hearing someone sniffing all around you, but you can't see them, and all of a sudden you just start hearing the word ham, ham every time you take a bite.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Best part is every time he looks around, he sees nothing.
Literally.
Are you going to finish that?
I
know
do want
what?
to threaten him. I do want to threaten him that he better
Oh
be
my
good or the
god,
ham's gonna
no,
come for him.
Zay! If you're able to tell me what you're doing right now, I'm able to cast. I will be able to cast a message and freak him out even more.
I literally have like my hands on this guy's shoulders, like moving myself, and I'm smelling him around. Like I said, I'm going up in his neck and smelling him, going in his hair, so I can remember
Oh
not
my
his like
god.
skin scent, but his BO scent.
He did roll a 12 for like his con save, so this guy's stupid.
He smells the sniffing. He thinks someone's sniffing his food, and he's just eating it. Ah! He,
Technically,
for
if I
some
have to
reason,
roll
thinks
for
that that's him sniffing.
shit, I'll take the 15
He's
as
not
just like a
very
little
good at
memory check
this.
for his smell.
Yeah. I think 15's good enough to memorize his smell.
Damn,
I'm
even
just
with
glad I get
the.
advantage on that.
I know, but it's like even with the advantage, it's not. It's like
Even with
3 point
the
difference.
advantage. It's the way of the dice. It's the way of the dice.
How could this happen to me?
It's okay, at
Alrighty.
some point I'm just gonna blast him. If he is a bad guy, I'm just gonna come back for him and blast him with the hand.
And then I started blasting.
Allah Akbar.
Oh my lord. Okay,
And
so
I can use the message back, right? It's still on me.
yes, since I
I'll
started
message to
established
let
the
you know
link,
that
yeah,
I've
you can
gotten
use it.
pretty familiar with the scent while I'm still like
All
checking them
right,
out.
then get back over here. Let's go find your. Let's either A, go find your brother, or uh B, go where this crow is trying to drag me off to. It won't leave
Okay,
me
hold on. He
alone.
might have something important that I want, and Sana would be proud.
Hurry up!
Well,
as
I'm
I'm
gonna
you
look at
as
the
I'm
guy while
fighting,
he's
trying to
eating,
keep.
and does he have a gold bag out? Like, does he have a pouch where obviously his money's in there?
no, but I will make note that you also have not given the bird to the young one yet.
No, I know. I'm still fighting you, trying to keep it from freaking flying away after it found me.
And I'm just gonna run back over after I
The
use
Raven
the
can
ability.
deliver a message, which means either it has some form of writing it can convey, or it can speak. So
Yeah,
It's a
it's
raven, so
using
I was just
it's
gonna make it
using a
speak.
Pokemon move. It's using a Pokemon move called Peck.
no, it's
It's
just
pissing me off.
After that, I'm gonna run back over to you and drop the invisibility. Just right there in front of everyone, because they're too
as
busy doing
as
their
you
own
drop
things to
invisibly,
notice me.
just pinch myself and I go invisible.
The children are very confused.
Yeah, they just witnessed their dad appear out of nowhere and their grandpa disappear.
Disappear, reappear, and then you disappear.
Yeah,
See, kids,
then
that's what I'm gonna
And then
train.
I'll just peer behind Ed and going, God damn it, don't scare me like that, man. Old ass heart can't handle it.
Well, if your old ass heart can't handle that, I can't wait until these kids go through puberty. That's scary.
I'm gonna look at the kids horrified, remembering your puberty and Sano's puberty when I was taking care of you guys.
Look at you.
As I look back
Looking
and
at
go, no, wait, forgot, never mind.
what
I only
happened
took
to
it like a
that
couple
bird
days
who hit
ago.
the window?
I'm still holding it. I'm fighting with it, trying not to let it fly off.
I don't remember that
The
you
original
actually picked
bird.
it up, but anyway,
you never picked the bird up. I think.
Well, assuming the bird came flying over to me since it was sent to find me,
it did
and
not. It hit the
assuming
window.
I know, but assuming that I went outside to it, it probably is flying around me or trying to get me to follow it.
No. It's trying to get your attention to deliver the message.
Yeah, if not already saying the same thing over and over again on what the message is.
Yeah, it hit the
Well,
window, so I'm pretty sure that violent wing twitch was enough for you to
yeah,
deliver.
so it hit the window, but it wasn't supposed to deliver the message until you like were in the presence of the bird. So you guys were supposed to go outside and like investigate what the bird was doing.
I am in the presence of God. What does the bird tell me, God?
Bring the children to God as well. I mean, bird.
Artris, would you like to relay the message that the bird says eerily in Artris's voice?
Yeah. Varrock, my good companion, myself, Atlas, and Foolproof are out in the woods trying to deliver feed to a colony of harpies we heard was living here. But they've been lost in a flash freeze somewhere in this blasted rainforest. So we might need your help to come save them and possibly us if things go south. So could you please, if you have the time, gather up the others and come see us at the where it's in the middle of the flash frozen spot
The
in the
bird will
middle
take him
of the
there.
forest. The bird should take you there once this message is delivered.
I'm
And
gonna
then the bird
I'm gonna
ducks up
turn
and
my head towards Ed and just go. I'm sorry to that man, but who is he? You have no idea either, huh? And I don't remember who the hell. Let's see. I know of Atlas and Foolproof because the crow stated their name.
Well, I mean, if they're there, shouldn't we go? I mean, I got acquaintance with Atlas and his armpit. I'm pretty
Well,
sure I
like I
was
said,
acquainted by Foolproof in his armpit. I don't know. I see.
well, technically, we've met some new people, but we've only met them for like a couple days. I don't know if they're trustworthy.
I look at the kids. Kids, have you gotten to know the people over the days I've been sleeping in?
The older one,
Days, tried weeks.
the older one nods his head.
And are they trustworthy?
They both nod very vigorously.
They both shrug very vigorously.
Well, I believe the kids. I'm gonna be honest. Kids probably have a better sense of right and wrong than we do.
our
um,
characters have
The
spent
kids
more
look at
time
you.
in each other's company than we have.
I love
the
how the kid would look at you and go, "I don't know. Why are you asking a kid for?"
so
I
since
look
you
down
guys
at my kids like a proud mother. I know my kids would know a good person from a bad person.
since you
That
guys
was a
went
good one.
outside to go and see what was going on with this bird because it hit the window and didn't come into the tavern where you guys were, um, your cart and everything is nearby, so the younger kid is going to point at the little cot that they made for N whenever he fell unconscious in the forest.
What are you pointing at, bud? I'm gonna go walk over. Is this where I've been sleeping? Jeez, my memory's horrible.
Well,
I've
that
been sleeping so long that I don't even remember what happens after waking up.
Roll
so
history.
so just so you're aware, the cot was put together by Artress and was attached to Avery in order to bring you back to town. So there was a card that was torn that teleported everybody again, and they found you unconscious in the forest because you like left and never came back. So I just made you unconscious. And
We have a very narcoleptic dog.
so
Literally, I'm just narcoleptic at this point.
so the kids witnessed Artress putting this cot together and then putting you on it so that they could get you back to town where it was safe. And so that's what the little one is pointing at is the cot that still hasn't been disassembled that was attached to Avery that brought you back to town.
Basically, they're wondering if they can pull you along in the bobsled.
Well, they did say they're stuck in the cold. Maybe bringing the cart wouldn't be a bad idea.
I don't know. You want to pull it? The donkey's with them.
What? Why is But the cart's here? Why is the donkey with them?
Because it's a translator.
Was there other donkeys?
And this is the only one that understands Harpy and can translate for us. So of
I
course
don't
they
care
went
if we
along
can
with
get
the
a
group.
we we just need the transportation. people try to mess with us, I mean, it's almost like I have an explosive ham that I carry and eat.
Well, for the most thing too, though, Zay, the cart is currently full with our supplies, with our extra supplies. So that would include food, extra ropes, extra vials, extra containers, extra materials, considerably extra weapons.
Well, do you know? Because Zen doesn't know how far they are.
Well, that's the thing is when we go, the bird will take us straight to it. But we just basically have a chance to prep. This is our chance to prep anything before we meet the group, and then a chance to prep before we meet the harpies.
You know what?
Huh.
I guess we're gonna walk. But
Okay, out of
first,
curiosity, Lyric, would would Sano happen to be in the same direction or opposite direction of the group?
Not in the same direction, no.
Okay, same general direction or complete opposite direction?
I'm gonna say perpendicular, but not opposite.
Perpendicular. Whoa. Ooh.
Zen's gonna look at Zorak. If it was the innkeeper that gave them this mission, and they're stuck out there, I'm gonna make the innkeeper do things for me then. Like watch these kids and watch our car while we're gone. And he's gonna do it for free. I'm just gonna kick open the door and walk in there like a sassy mother, like ready to talk to the manager.
Okay, so before he goes, I'm just gonna quickly reach over, grab his like shirt or pants, and give like basically a quick yank before he actually takes off and go, hold a damn second. He's already having us do this covertly. So I'll let him know to watch the kids on the cart and to get ready to move out right away.
Good. And I'm gonna set the kids down on the ground, let them stand, cross my arms and stand over them. Your training for today? Hold that axe up and swing it until your body's so tired it gives out.
Fucking Spartan, you Spartan training ass.
And if I
Uh,
hear that you didn't do it, I'm gonna take away your allowance.
Neither one
You
of the
have
children understand
been.
any of that.
I'm gonna,
What
like
I'm
I said,
gonna do.
I want to be heading over to the tavern and quickly just send him a message to watch the cart and watch the kids.
He just kind of
While you
nods,
do
like,
that,
yeah, alright, whatever.
it's just gonna go on like in the background, like a quick little scene. I'm gonna grab their axe and show them the right way to hold it and how to swing it, and make sure they understand that's their job to practice that.
Why do I just picture you doing a fucking kendo swing? Step
Literally,
up,
that's what I'm
swing.
doing with the
Step
axe.
back, swing. Step up, swing. Step back, swing.
Hell yeah, if we're ever traveling and someone tries to touch my kids, they better be able to use that axe.
We're gonna come back to the inn, or we're just gonna hear two little kids just yeah, yeah,
Two
yeah,
little kids took on
yeah.
the entire town's group of warriors and won. I'll be the proudest parent.
I'll come
Man,
back
I should have
watching.
told my
I'll come
raven to
back
tell them to
seeing
bring
N
the
still trying to
kids in
show him the
case
perfect
it's
form of how to swing an axe. Just gonna
in
walk
case they
over to
want
the
to say
two little
goodbye to
ones,
Fee.
pat them on the head, and go, "Okay, I need you both to stay here and watch the cart. Make sure no one touches with our stuff. And if someone touches it, cut off their hands.
Literally. Okay. Yeah, after
Use
getting my
those
kids
two axes that your
situated
dad's
and they
showing you.
understand, I'm ready to go.
If someone touches our cart without permission, if it's not the innkeeper or you guys or someone you guys didn't give permission to, and they touch our cart, use those axes you got, cut off their hands. You do a good job. I'll give you some money when I come back.
I'll leave some money with them too so they can
Hopefully, the kids
have a
understood and
wage.
nodded their head. That's all I need them to do.
I would say to display a
Just
vigorous
bribing
axe
children to be
workmanship.
glorified guard dogs.
Hey, I'm giving them a task and I will reward them promptly as soon as they finish their task. It is not free labor, it is called teaching.
They gotta start somewhere. If N's little 5-foot self can wield a scythe that's almost twice his size, they can do it too.
If I can kill a dragon over 20 level or over 20 times my level, then so can you.
Hell no, that's gonna slap me around. Kill a dragon over 20 And would cry.
Hey, I never said what level you were. I just said they were over 20 times your level. I'm a
Level
level
1
20.
versus a level 20.
I'm a level 20 wizard. I cast wish. You know that was a good. You know that was a good option.
I'm gonna cast a wish so that my children can speak.
I'm gonna cast a wish that my children could defeat a level 20 dragon.
I
All right.
also
So with
waited.
that,
My
hopefully the
kids have
kids are
begun
just
their
gonna
training.
watching the cart. Yeah. I will tap on, or I'll send a message to Ed and say, figure out which direction Sano ran off to. His last known location was the inn. See if you can get a scent. Figure out which direction he ran off to.
I'm gonna literally get on all fours like a dog and just run around, starting to like try to catch Sano's scent.
As
Because
soon as
I'm
as soon
very
as N
familiar
gets
with
on
the.
all fours, I'm gonna throw a small pebble forward and go, N, I choose you, as he kind of moves forward. Try to get Sano's scent.
Just run off on all fours, like nose to the ground, looking for it.
Uh, go, N, I choose you.
Thank God for advantage.
Thank God for bait.
Right, so you do find the direction. However, the bird seems to be a little bit more insistent now.
Well, I'm assuming that bird's flying the opposite direction of where it needs to go, so I was starting to get pissed off.
You said you grabbed the bird.
Yeah, I know. And it should notice that it's going the opposite direction of where it's supposed to go.
Oh, yes, I understand now. Yes. Yeah, so
So either A, the bird is following us, or B, it took off.
well, you're holding it.
No,
Let
technically
him free.
yes, but at the same
Let
time,
him
yeah,
free.
I'm just gonna toss them in the air. Like I'm done. I'm gonna throw them in the air, let them fly around.
All right then. Well, the bird is going to return to Archers.
Okay, so I see the way the bird's flying. I see the way we're going. I'm just gonna follow Ed.
All right. Then
Is the bird following us?
The bird's flying back to Archers.
The
The bird delivered its message.
Yeah, the bird did his job, so it's going back to its master. And we're just like, okay, thanks for the message. See you later.
I'm gonna run around in circles on all fours after catching Sammy's scent, and then run back to the rock like an excited puppy and tell him I found him. I
That's a
found him.
good boy. That's a good boy.
Not me. I wanted to rob that man.
Bro, I don't know why, but I just got a picture of like a really, really happy Growlithe.
All right. So, if you guys aren't going to head in the direction of the stuff that's happening, then we need to make sure that the stuff that's happening is concluded.
Well, like I said, all I gotta do is make sure that he's okay, send a message to make sure he's alive, and then we can technically head over to Phi.
I mean, he is alive.
Well, out of game knowledge, we know he's alive. In game
Yeah.
knowledge, technically, we don't know. So that's all I want to make sure is make guarantee that he's still alive, and if he is alive, then just tell him to hold on for a minute, rush over, take care of Phi, and then rush back to save him.
Yeah, so the last thing that Sano said was that he was going to wait for the person that he's tailing to fall asleep. He's in their
Ooh.
house right now, invisible in a corner. He
Uh-huh.
he got like a 26 or something ridiculous on his stealth check. And
Yeah, I
he cast
remember
invisibility.
he was going to T-pose over their bed while they slept, I know.
That's a good idea. I have that power now.
T-pose over your enemy's bed to get free inspiration for the next 1d6 hours.
You pose over your enemy's bed invisibly to assert dominance.
T-pose over the enemy's bed, you gain you gain advantage for your intimidation checks for the next hour involving a bed.
I know how
They
to make
gain
more better plans.
disadvantage over any will save, disadvantage on any will saves against you.
Instead of
You have
T-posing over
disadvantage.
him, and would just sit in the corner of their room, just eating food loudly as hell. You
Oh
just
my
hear the lips
lord.
smacking and everything. After telling you I found his scent, it's all your call now. And it's gonna follow you like an obedient dog until
Well,
he wants to bite
if you
something.
found the scent,
I'm literally just running on all fours in circles like a happy dog telling you I found it.
I smell him. I smell him. I smell him. What do I picture Doug from Up now?
Squirrel.
I am a good sono.
What's your plan? Are we following his scent? Where are we going?
I hate this because as I now have to make a decision either as a player or as a person. Ah.
Well, I mean, realistically, we can't do anything with the Sano situation. He's not here.
No, I know that, but realistically, a father would go after his son. Ah. It's just like realistic looking here. A, I should be going for my son, but B, the party. uh, no, it's guaranteed. At least we have something for the session. We'll go for the group. So I'll start rushing after the talking bow, technically.
I will follow.
So what we can talk to the group, get them going.
Yow.
I was trying to think of how to combine bird and bow.
Bode.
It's about.
Anne agrees.
You
It's
got
definitely
bowed.
a boat.
You got
But that
bowed.
sounds a bit like ooze speak for bird, so.
It sounds like one of the kids trying to say bird.
Exactly.
Bro,
That's a boat. I
Yep,
want a
it's a boat.
boat.
Did the kids finally start speaking?
Oh, no.
Wait.
No, they're not speaking.
look, a bowdy, a bowdy.
There is a reason that the children are mute. You
Yeah,
just
I assume
haven't
it's trauma.
you just haven't discovered the reason yet.
Everything they
Why
say is
be
a power
against
word.
reason? I would very much so like that, actually. True warriors.
That ain't funny as hell. Also, the first word they finally speak is just die. We just instantly die.
All right, so while you guys are traveling, we're going to go back to Foolproof and Artress, because Atlas is just chilling with an unconscious harpy child and Fee. So, unfortunately for Atlas, he's kind of set right now.
I'm not gonna lie, that's one hell of a way to go, though. Just chilling.
So Foolproof and Archers follow this trail for quite a while before, picking up feathers all along the way. And then they find a little huddled group. There's about 4 or 5 of them, of harpies of different ages.
Right, sorry. How many children or adults?
It looks to be about 4 or 5 of them. There's at least 2 adults, maybe 3.
Well, run over to them. I take off my cloak and I throw it round the coldest looking one of them, and I say, check to see which of them, see if any of them are still conscious.
Oh yeah, they're all conscious. They're just huddled.
I just say, hello, are you all right?
What?
Um, foolproof. Grab some branches. We'll start a fire here to keep them warm. We'll move off when they're not so frosty.
I like how Foolproof actually rolled. No, you take 1d4 psychic damage from having soap in your mouth for swearing. 17 passes, but only barely. You take 1 psychic damage. You don't have to roll dice. It's just 1.
Okay, sorry. I needed to keep my mic mute because I was laughing my ear off. Okay, okay. Where were we? What did you say, Archers, about the children? What did you say, Lyric? I'm so sorry.
You found a huddled group of harpies. And it looks to be about 3 adults. There's 5 of them. And Archers called
Oh,
out to them to make sure that they were okay. They are conscious. They're just huddled together. And then
how many
Archers,
children? How many adults? Sorry, I'm
3
still a little
adults.
giggly. Sorry.
There's 5 of them.
Arthas asks you to gather some kindling and wood for a fire so we can warm them up before we ask them to move.
There's 5 of them total, and there's 3 adults.
Okay, 5 of them, 3 adults. 2 of them are children, I assume.
Mhm.
Okay. And we can't communicate, right?
So adult harpies actually can communicate.
Okay, so
I
foolproof
thought
would. How cold is this area, and how deep did we go in the forest? This thing.
Let me double check. You are a fair distance away from, it is
Are
negative
are
23 Celsius.
Jesus Christ? Are we in the center of the anomaly?
No, not even close to the center.
But you said the maximum was 25
Negative,
minus degrees.
right, negative 25 in Fahrenheit.
Oh, oh,
That's
I didn't
negative
know.
10 in Fahrenheit for the other 2 Americans here.
The mine minus 25 minus 31 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, that is cold.
Jeez,
oh, good heavens, it hasn't been that cold in Edmonton in quite some time. Global warming and all that. But anyway,
yeah.
Arthas talks to the adult parties and says, "We found your crash site. We're not entirely sure what happened. Did you get caught in this flash freeze and have to land?"
So female harpies communicate in sing-song sort of voices, but telepathically. So in your mind, you hear this like very soothing female voice, and it informs you that they were flying, migrating to a new nesting area after the first one was destroyed, and they suddenly started to their wings started to freeze, and so they didn't have a choice. They had to land, um, or else they would have crash landed. And this is paraphrasing, of course. She tells you in much more formal speech, but
Yes, yes, yes.
then they tried to fly again once they thought that their wings were thawed enough, but for whatever reason, they just couldn't take flight anymore. And so they started wandering, trying to find like maybe a town or something, and ended up going deeper into whatever this weird icy snow patch is.
You've been going the wrong way for some time. I understand that in this area, freak weather phenomena like this have become. No, I wouldn't say phenomena. Artists wouldn't say phenomena. Strange weather patterns like this have become more common of late, but um, the town is in more or less the opposite direction to where to where we are, to where you're heading. I'll get you here. Take my cloak, or give it to the children if you think if they're struggling. But we'll get your fire warmed up, and then we'll head back to our campsite, where we'll regroup for a journey back to the town. After that, we may have other matters to discuss. You see, we're traveling with a harpy, a young harpy of our own. Um, her name is
Arthur,
Fee.
Arthur, let's leave that for later. Is anybody
Uh,
hurt? Can everybody move?
We all can move, but we have children with us.
I I'm a cleric. And I'm a Goliath. I can uh, lift them up and walk with them if that's okay with you guys.
Yes, of course, we have to leave here.
Okay. Arthurus, can you lead the way? I'm going to uh, just gather the children real quick. I know this is a
Very
silly
well.
question. Sorry, I know this is a silly question, but do I have to like roll for animal handling or something like that to see if the children allow me
No,
to? Okay,
they're not feral
they just
children.
How
okay.
far back to our campsite with Atlas and Fee and the other
We don't.
harpy child?
Our main concern right now is get as away as possible from the cold. It doesn't matter if we get to the camp right away. We just need to get away from the cold.
Yeah. And especially because the further in you go, you guys have already discovered that it gets colder. So if you guys start retreating the way you came, you'll start to get into warmer territory.
Yes. Also, I don't
Well,
know. Also, I'm used to cold weathers, very cold weathers, but this is actually getting to my limit. Are you okay yourself, Artress? Actually, it does. It is Artress just gave his cloak to the children. Is he not like suffering damage or
Arthas
something?
is actually holding his arms around his chest and and such, and shivering a bit. And he says, "Well, no, I'm not exactly used to this sort of cold myself. So let's get out of this blasted area as soon as possible. But I don't. But I should be fine for the length of the journey back." He
Okay. Yeah. Uh, okay. Let's go. Foolproof would grab the three children. You said it was
Yes. It's three
three
adults
children.
and two children.
Oh, he would grab the two children and start walking uh, behind the adults. Let Archers lead the way. Let the adults be between me, Foolproof, and Archers, and Foolproof uh, would be uh, would have both of the children on his hands, arms. I mean,
Um, Arcus moves as fast as he can because, of course, he's given away his cloak. He's probably got something else in his bag or something. He's got a lot of different cloths and whatnot, but nothing that's not necessarily anything that he could move easily in. Um, so he's just moving as quick as he can to keep his blood pumping before the cold starts to really
how much
harm him.
how much damage would he receive in this environment? We are basically at uh, how did you say 15 degrees Celsius minus
Um, minus 23.
Celsius.
Yes.
That's yeah, that's approximately like 10 minus 10 degrees Fahrenheit. That's very cold actually.
It is. It's quite a serious cold.
Yeah. I'm is how much cold would Foolproof, who has cold resistant, would withstand? Lyric? Legit question. I don't know.
I don't know either. That's not something that's explained in the rulebook. It's kind of a like as the DM decides case by case basis. There aren't many instances where you guys would be introduced to extreme weather situations like this. Um, so it's not really something that's gone over in extreme detail.
Mm. So their general consent right now is that we've been in the cold for a little bit, but not for too long. So let's just keep moving before we actually start suffering damage. I assume.
Um,
Lyric.
just for the sake of speeding things up a little bit to get the group back together, I'm not gonna make anybody take damage from cold right now.
Okay, okay, that's fair enough. Okay, Arthur's leading the way. The adults are
Just
following
for
him.
reference, though, foolproof, if you needed it, I believe off of my memory, at that temperature and at that type of kind of just horror of what the elements is throwing at you, I believe roughly about 2 hours before you would need to technically find a place to warm up before you start going into very dangerous levels of shutting down limb
Yeah,
functions, even internal organ functions are shutting down.
yeah.
So
10 minutes in exactly. What's it called? The freezing point, 0 degrees Celsius. You
Yes.
can a normal human, uh,
uh-oh,
without
is Alex done
clothes.
for the day?
Excuse me.
Atlas left the group.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Atlas was at the hospital earlier, so he asked if he could leave early because he's kind of wiped out.
Oh, okay then. Just making sure because I just saw him disappear, so in case something
Yeah,
bad happened.
he sent a message on the on sessions.
Okay, yeah,
The
I just saw it.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
described the situation he left Fee and the other harpy child in so that whenever you guys get to the camp, you'll know what's going on.
and we just find Atlas frozen in time, right?
You find
No.
Atlas
Beautiful moment,
tending
frozen in time.
to the little bonfire. Um, So, for the sake of speeding things up a little bit, I am going to say that you guys are going to continue along the trail with no more issues. And the five harpies, the two of you, and En and Zarok are going to converge on the bonfire site at the same time. Because that's where Artress let the bird loose from, was the bonfire site,
Yeah,
if I remember
because
correctly.
Yeah, well,
because
a little ways after that.
Well, it wasn't very far away because Foolproof only went like 15 feet, so.
Indeed.
okay. So yeah, we arrived. Atlas is like, I don't know, in a cocoon or something. Uh,
He's poking the bonfire with like a stick.
okay. Nobody talked to him.
With the kids gathered around him to keep them warm.
Yeah, the other harpy has woken up by now, and is chirping like excitedly with Fee, like they're having like a really fun like kid conversation.
Just pio 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 pio. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, I can't make bird noises either. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, as soon as we arrived, Foolproof would just leave the two children gently on the floor and would again ask the adults and the children if anybody is hurt because he can use cure wounds.
Nobody's hurt.
Well, okay, I'm so sorry because I know that at 0 degrees, in 10 minutes you start shivering like crazy. Well,
You
it
are
depends on.
correct, but I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I'm just trying to move the plot along at this point.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry because I'm just imagining myself because in 10 minutes I would be already like having hypothermia or something like that.
Oh yeah, like
In his bed.
especially because I don't think Foolproof wears hardly any clothing at all. So yes, Foolproof would be, even being a Goliath that's resistant to cold, you're not immune to cold. So
I'm not
you,
immune to cold.
yeah.
0 degrees Celsius is so if you keep moving.
I assume like he could be in his hometown shirtless at 0 degrees, maybe because it is snowing. It's a snowy mountain, but at the same time, minus 25 degrees Fahrenheit
Is
is
significantly colder, yeah. Um, it's almost the same distance from 0 as freezing is in Fahrenheit, but the opposite direction past 0. So,
yeah, it's
yes.
32, right?
Yeah. It's
It's
32 Fahrenheit is 0 Celsius.
yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. So, okay, how about you, Arthas? Do you need cure wounds? I can also heat you up with Sacred Flame if you feel cold still.
No, I think Atlas has done a fine job with this fire. And Arthas eagerly holds his hands out towards the fire that Atlas has made and just basks in its warmth with a smile on his face.
Okay, really quickly, Foolproof and Foolproof goes to check on Fee and the other Harpy real quick, just to check on them. Just he doesn't say anything. Just hey, how you guys doing? Are you guys okay?
Fee chirps happily. Yeah, they're fine.
Okay. Foolproof just sits on the floor. Uh,
Uh,
the 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 pseudo rage is settling down. He's not agitated anymore.
so I'm not sure if you guys heard me, but En and Zarok would be converging on the same point at the same time.
I
Oh
heard
no,
you.
we heard you. We're just watching the situation and enjoying the show. Like,
I'm no longer walking on all fours.
good thing is, we know the situation we were going into. We did not expect to see an extra 5 harpies. And it's just like, well, shit.
Well,
The
technically six.
raven flies down and lands next to Arthur before returning to its bow form. This causes them to look up and notice the new arrivals and say, "Ah, there you are. It seems that the problem has resolved itself now. Thank you for coming."
Did N come out of stealth?
Um,
Cause I know I'm still
these are
invisible.
the harpies we found.
I don't remember either of you rolling stealth.
Oh, I pinched
Neither of us.
myself.
Oh, you pinched yourself and went invisible. Yep.
Yeah,
I don't know who
I
you
used
are,
my
but I know
racial
the other guy.
bonus. Yeah,
Well, yeah, and
I used my racial bonus. I think N was still. I think N still had invisibility cast on him for a certain amount of time still.
Nah, I stopped.
Okay.
That way you could see me again. Well,
Vanish.
I don't know who you are, but I know the other
Well,
you.
then in which case, Artus looks at her and says, "Oh, thank you for coming. Did Zarok send you, or did he come here with you?"
I thought he was Dad. Dad. I'm literally just gonna walk around like a lost child.
oh
Dad.
yeah, your nose would have disadvantage here.
Don't worry, and he just went to get milk.
Well,
He just went
he
out to
does
go
that
get a
every
pack
time.
of cigarettes.
I was actually gonna make that joke. I was gonna have like a piece of paper fall down saying "Be back," going for milk and cigarettes.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
I saw a meme on TikTok. I think it was TikTok of where a children saying that, "Mom, uh I got inside the MPA or something like that," and then suddenly the door opens. You see two fancy looking shoes, and then he just puts a carton of milk on the floor besides his shoes.
I'm home.
Yeah, yeah.
Literally, say thought process. Just, I'm home, honey. I'm home.
And not because our son got into the NBA. Don't worry.
Well, anyway, so how does Zarok respond to that?
So tempted with a piece of paper.
Do it.
That's so
I dare
tempting.
you. I so dare you.
It's not like any other part of this campaign is overly serious.
Yeah, but we've already joked about it. It'd be funnier if we didn't joke about it and I did it. So that's why I'm tempted, but we already joked about it. It's like can't. So
Make it
that's
say
what
something
I'm.
else, like shh.
You're killing the mood. No, I'm kidding. No. In reality, I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna stand there a bit more quiet, still just observing the harpies.
So what's N gonna do whenever Zorak doesn't answer him?
With Zorak not saying anything, I'm just gonna look back at Artress and shrug. Well, I probably did go get some milk or something. What a lazy ass. He sent me out here and then left, and now I have to do the work. What? I look at my small self like I just looked down from my chest to my feet. Look at me, man. I turn. Look at me. I'm small. He wants me to do this. N is like 5 foot, like exact.
He's bigger than Sorok, isn't it?
Yes. All of Zorak's children are taller than Zorak, including the children.
Oh, is the rat also a halfling or a gnome?
I know.
I keep forgetting.
Yeah, Sorok is a gnome, right?
Yeah, I'm fairly certain he's a gnome.
No.
Okay. I know. Sorok is not the biological father of Anne, but imagine that. How cruel genes. All of your children.
Technically, I could be.
What?
We're not gonna get into that. That's too much right now.
Uh,
Aren't you like a 3 foot tall, Among Us shaped Dwayne the Rock Johnson?
yes, I'm a 3 foot tall Dwayne the Rock gnome Johnson. Yes.
You're made out of rock, so you can do more muscle work than me. Never mind my strength of 20. It's all on you.
I
Sure.
remember the.
If I had focused on strength.
You don't need to.
I remember the reference picture you sent about the Sorok.
You're made of rocks. You're just built different. You should be stronger than a small wolf boy.
Yeah, our settings are
Well, anyway, we're just resting here a while the harpies and myself get our strength back for the walk back to town. Uh, where is Sono exactly? I seem to recall that he was investigating something before we left. Wait, would I remember that? Was I even there for that? Sorry. I might not have been.
no.
No, I don't think you were
Well,
there for that. You would have been in the
I'm not sure.
forest with Atlas
The
and the other
I
only
seem to
the
recall
only
he was
thing
with
you would
you
rem
when we left.
yeah the only thing you would have remembered is technically me going back for him because I heard from a little birdie that she revealed information about her about the situation, and so it is now put on high alert that Sam may or Sano may possibly be dead. Only good thing is right now technically N has his scent.
I have his scent, but that's about it. I don't know what's going on with him at all.
It's more
I
than what
I
I had earlier.
Hmm.
I just realized.
So he's gone missing.
Uh, well,
Technically,
technically
yes.
he did something like this. I'm just gonna stare at Artress and go invisible because it wouldn't cost me the spell slot for RP purposes. And I'm just gonna pop back into vision and put the invisibility down.
As soon as you pop back into vision, I'm gonna pop back into vision right behind you.
Did I make you
Ah,
invisible
there you
last
are,
time?
Zarok.
As soon as I pop out, I'm gonna grab your shoulder, and I'm just like, "Oh my god, the other dimension was horrifying!"
Did I do
Ah,
that to you? Good.
no,
That
you
means
didn't
I'm
get shit
stronger
from
than I
me.
thought. Oh, well, it's one day. One day that spell's gonna go astray. You're gonna see what happens when you bully.
I hope so.
One
I
of these
hope
days,
so.
you're going to pop into the astral sea, and it will have turned into the warp from Warhammer
That'd be fun.
So at
Better
all
than
the
Feywild.
commotion, the female harpy that spoke before is gonna broadcast into all of your minds because she thinks it's really rude to only speak to one person. So she's gonna kind of like link with all of you. And so you're just gonna hear, "There's more of you?"
Oh yes, quite a
There's
few.
plenty of us.
Actually, yeah.
Not
I
that
wanted
I
to.
remember all of their names.
Uh, I wanted to ask that too. Before Foolproof settles down, uh, is there any more of you harpies in this frozen thing?
No, our colonies are kept very small.
Okay.
It's
Truthfully, we're
more of a band
largely
than a colony.
Well, truthfully, we're largely independent by nature, but we sometimes get together to take care of children until they're ready to set off on their own.
I see. I see. Okay. Okay. Because because Foolproof was ready to go inside for looking for more. I didn't know how big it was.
So, how did you come across this child? And she, like, gestures to Fee. She knows how you came across the other harpy child because they're with them.
Um,
Arcus
it's
looks to foolproof from the others because he doesn't really know how.
she
But
was. We believe that she was attacked by a creature that launches its feces towards prey to immobilize them, and I assume consumes them. We found her with one of her wings, right? One wing,
Yes, one wing.
covered in very sticky, very hardened, uh, well, poop, and we help her get rid of that feces on his wing. I almost choked because of the smell, but anyways, after that, she's been traveling with us. Yeah.
I'm quite surprised that she decided to travel with you.
Uh, why do you say that?
Well, she's more than old enough to be independent on her own.
Huh. Well, I, it it was her independent decision to come with us.
Well, it's not in our nature, you see.
Mm.
move in groups. But you seem so fragile individually.
It's just how we are.
Don't you see those talents?
She looks at
Okay.
her hands and, like, kind of flexes her fingers. Talons. Hmm? She does have 5 fingers.
No, but her feet. Don't those have talons?
Yeah, but she doesn't know that's what you're referring to.
Oh, uh, well, the the ones on your feet. I mean.
Oh, she.
Anyway, what should we do for now? Like, well, we can go that way, so we should return to town.
We are. Yes. Yes, I am. I
Also,
am
wait,
warmed
wait,
up
wait, wait.
enough.
Sorry, sorry. Hands? The do these harpies have wings, hands, and feet, or
Yes. So you know how bat wings have like kind of like little hooks on the end of them? Harpies have
y-
hands.
That's
Not that
somewhat
outlandish.
viscerally unsettling.
not like not
So
like
picture a human arm, right? And it's like outstretched. So a human arm has a hand on the end of it. A harpy's wing would have feathers on the bottom part of the arm going downwards.
okay, so
Hmm?
her arms aren't are not wings. They are pseudo arm wings.
Yes.
Okay, I can see it now. I thought they
That's
just had.
very unlike any creature that has ever lived.
Well, we can argue that harpies have never lived, so.
Yeah.
That's true.
I mean,
Harpies have never lived.
there's dinosaurs that can fly that have a similar structure, right?
Yes,
Similar
Utahraptors.
structure to bat, but
Utahraptors in
their
particular.
wing, their
Technically,
wings are literally made from their hands, the same bone structures that hands are made from.
Like
The
bats.
little talon on
Yeah.
the end
the
is
dinosaurs with that type of,
index finger.
but the thing is, the dinosaurs with that type of bone structure, they don't necessarily fly; they glide.
Would it be their thumb? I guess it's their thumb.
I couldn't hear you, Sorok. What did you say? I'm sorry.
No, you guys are good. Uh, but yeah, as you gotta look at the deadly harpies, and me and Ed are just kind of still looking at these harpies. We're just like, we had to deal with a child, the child screaming in our ears. Now to deal with the child times three plus three more adults. Oh great.
We
There
gotta walk
there are
up.
Well,
4 children actually, if you include Fee.
Yeah, no, that's what we have the child times three now technically. We're adding
Times
three more.
4.
Yeah, sorry, times four, and now we have an additional three adults. Oh great, that means we're. Oh
I'm just gonna do this. There's
The
an adult that's speaking currently, right?
yeah.
Yes, only adult harpies are able to communicate.
I'm gonna walk up
telepathically,
to the
right?
harpy that's speaking, like a scared little dog, like with my ears tucked and my tail tucked. Uh, excuse me, Miss Ma'am.
Miss
Can I
Harpy
ask you
lady.
guys not to stream? It makes my ears ring and sometimes bleed. My ears are very sensitive.
Um, we have no intention of being any sort of disruption. And in fact, she looks at Sirach. We have no intention of staying either. As soon as we're able to fly again, we'll set off. But we do thank you for your assistance. We probably would have died out in whatever that is. Um,
Yeah, whatever that flash freeze was. Speaking about your wings, what's wrong? I don't see anything broken, or is it?
yeah, actually, 2 of the kids are hurt.
As Foolproof was asking earlier, are any of the kids hurt? No. Okay then.
I understand that they could forget, like bird brain, chicken brain, or whatever it's called,
Bird brain.
Well,
but
if
still, sigh.
if you think about it from their perspective, um, these harpies are a lot more wild than Fee is. You don't know where Fee is from, but for the most part, during the time that you've known her, she's been with you guys. So she's picked up some air quote human habits, like
She's been
letting you know
domesticated.
whenever she's hurt, etc. However, these kids, both numbed by cold and basically feral, um, aren't going to tell you that they're hurt.
I need to pull one of those anime
Would you?
moments. Hurt, injure myself in front of them and heal it right in front of them.
They think harpies in general think like wild animals, and wild animals are not going to let you know that they're vulnerable. So, yes, you saved them, but that does not mean that they have an obligation to tell you whenever they're injured more than what you were already taking care of them.
Okay. Would you say they weren't feral?
Well, they're not like
I
wild,
understand.
but
Sorry.
they're.
Yeah. I understand the word. Okay. So I can use cure wounds. Do you want me to cure you guys with foolproof set?
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look at Foolproof. Send cast message through to him and basically go Foolproof. At this point, just cure him anyways. Heal them all up.
As a disciple of life, I need their consent.
I think this would be considered a consent under emergency.
Well, they are conscious, so I will wait for their reply.
And I hope you are willing to deal with the consequences if There are
If
any.
they don't want me to if they don't want me to cure them, we can lead them into the village and they can go from there.
No, from my understanding, as soon as the situation appears.
So,
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
there's like a horrifying crack as like the kid's bones get snapped back into place. And a moment later, after like the shock has abated from that, they kind of like put their arms outstretched facing each other and like move their arms up and down, like kind of like flapping, but not with the intent to fly, and kind of like look at each other. And then they run over to the other two harpy women that are nearby them, and like all four of them start to like chirp really excitedly.
I don't know what I did, but I did it.
I'm just gonna look over at Ed and just go, "Good job."
I don't know what they're saying. They're chirping.
The harpy
I'm
that's
just
been
here.
speaking for all of them informs you that they're talking about how they were magically cured of, we call it brookwing.
Oh. Well, for that, you can thank this, and N's gonna pull out his ham.
Oh my god, I knew it!
Do not touch the ham. I fear it will explode if damaged.
He's very true about that. No one else can touch this but me. It's chosen me to wield it.
I can just imagine you pull it out, they look at it, they all curious and start pecking at it almost immediately.
Actually, she's gonna take a step back.
Oh, thank god.
I thought they were going to be ooh piece of candy. Tick.
You know, right? Ooh, food, peck.
I'll look at her and I'll just like hold the ham in a careful way close to me. And I'll hold my other arm like outstretched towards her. No, 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 it's okay. This thing came upon us and it started speaking.
Oh my god, I can just imagine Ed
But
cradling
it
this piece of ham like a baby.
it wasn't me who had the power to heal you, but the ham that gave it to me. If
It
you want
was
someone to
most
thank
definitely
ham.
him that healed you.
Shh.
Homebrew
I put the
patron is
ham
the
back
ham.
away.
Never
Let's
doubt
use
the
grease.
ham.
He's just obsessed with this ham and its magical powers.
Never doubt the
Though I
ham.
sometimes fear he overstates them.
Meanwhile, the little greedy man in N's head is just rubbing his fingers together, wanting to make a god.
So anyway, soon enough we'll be returning to the town, and you can have any remaining injuries seen to healers there.
Is it a human settlement
If
you'll
you
be
want,
taking us to?
you do not have to go, but yes, I think it is. I just recommend you come, as it is a good place to rest and restock.
And you just hear
We
this
may
like
accord you some of our.
chuckle inside of your mind, and to fit with the theme of the like sing-song voice, it almost sounds like the tinkling of a bell.
So you guys don't wanna go?
You know,
It's
for
not
some
that.
weird reason.
She thinks that Artress's response is funny because she asked if it was human settlement, because remember, humans and harpies are very close allies in this world.
Yeah, but for some reason I had a really, really weird reason, like feeling that you were about to say you hear her laughing in your head. Roll for initiative. I don't know why, but I felt like you were about to do that to us. You're just like, oh, you hear her laughing. You hear two more laughing. You hear all of them laughing. Roll for initiative.
Arthas has some knowledge of harpies because there's some that live on the borders of his homeland, but he doesn't know if the same relations exist between all harpies and the humans in this place, and his specific communities, well, the communities in his home and the harpies that live near them.
That makes sense. However, based by her reaction, you can probably deduce that it's the same.
Ah, good. So, humans in these parts are on good terms with your folk, I see.
They're on good terms with us everywhere.
Yes, I suppose so. I knew a man once married a harpy. Long line of regional administrators, shall we say, sort of a marriage alliance, as it were. Peace in the border regions around my home. Good folk.
That's very common for us. We typically find marriage in human settlements. It's in the treaty, after all. Humans owe us a
Yes, I
great debt.
suppose.
It's the least they could do.
Oh, yes. Dragons, was it?
Indeed it was. 2,000 years ago. It's quite a long time to hold up a treaty.
Oh, well, it was a little more recent
Your mic faded out. You
where
sort of
I
sound.
come from. Oh, sorry. It was a little more recent where I come from, at least as far as our records in that region go. We've only been in frequent contact with harpies or frequent diplomatic relations with the harpies that live on our borders for. But perhaps it's different for halflings. We are an offshoot of humans, but we're not quite the same.
That's very interesting. I wasn't aware that there were different groups of harpies that would have made the same treaty.
I mean, you did say that you guys are independent, right?
Yes, that's true. I'm not saying
Yeah,
it's impossible, I just said I'm not aware.
Speaking of which, I guess we haven't had the time to introduce each other. But I can speak for myself. I'm foolproof. Over here is my friend Artress. You can see the gnome, Sarok. And you were kobold, right? Or dog person? N?
Oh, sorry about that. I'm talking to Sammy at the moment.
Is
Uh,
he okay?
I am a technically like a small wolf person, wolf human. I'm a lupus, so like a lycan.
Oh, okay, lupus. Okay, yeah, I know what that is.
Okay.
Yeah. The guy frozen in time over there is Atlas.
Yeah, I'm literally like very small as well.
Well, you said 5 feet tall, right? That's not very small. Well, it's smaller than average, but it's not very small.
True. I'm the size of a 12-year-old.
Yeah. So, do you guys have names?
We do.
Huh. Yeah.
We do have names.
Is is it okay if I ask for your name?
I am Dilorena.
Xyloren.
Yes.
Mm, pleased to meet you. Um, yeah.
She doesn't answer that. She's not very good at human formalities.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just picturing a tumbleweed just rolling.
Did she not say what her name was?
Lorena.
Hi, Lorena. Hmm. Lorena.
Uh, well, I guess you guys can go do whatever you want. I guess. Uh, so is there is where were you guys settled before this thing called harsh wind came?
Sorry, what was that question? I was typing.
It's okay. Well,
Foolproof?
yes, yes.
I asked you to repeat your question.
Um, no, I didn't ask anything. I just said, I guess this is where we part ways. You guys can do whatever you want.
No, we
Oh,
should take them back to the town first. Um, by the way, I suppose while we're here, would you happen to know what Fee's name is? We've been calling her Fee this entire time, but I do not know if that is actually her name.
the child with you.
Yes, the harpy child. We have some human children back at the town.
So she turns to Fee and she chirps, and it's like a sharp chirp, like firm, almost motherly, and it gets Fee's attention immediately, and she turns towards it, and so they go back and forth for a few seconds, and the adult that was talking to you, Lorena, she turns to you and says that Fee's real name is Kreliana.
Really, and that's a that's a good name.
Imagine the off chance that her name was actually Fee. I would have been dead.
Her real name is Phoebe.
You know, like imagine the off chance that I was actually close.
Well,
Oh, you're the
yes,
one that gave Fee her name.
Okay. I am alive again.
Welcome back to the land of the living.
So I needed to make sure the boy was good.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Right. Um.
Right, dude. So what's preventing us from taking all the harpies to where we need to take them?
Nothing, we're just chatting. There's nothing preventing you from taking them anywhere, they're just chatting is all.
Right.
Welcome
So
to the adult who speaks.
we'll set off back to the. So
Set
we
off.
should probably go back to the town to escort these harpies. And
yeah,
find Sano, I guess.
yeah. Well,
But first, we should ask them if they can travel with them, I guess. to a new home, find a new home.
That probably would be best. It is very dangerous tavern. Look over towards the adult. Uh, you heard what he said. I'm pretty sure you heard the both of us. Would you be willing to take Fee with you guys? It's just our journey's dangerous. Well, I don't even know what we're doing together, but we're doing stuff, and that stuff is dangerous. Fee really shouldn't be caught up in that stuff either.
So the two harpies, Fee and Dylarina, um, kind of converse with each other for another moment or two, and Fee doesn't look happy about it, and she kind of tears up a little bit, but Dylarina turns back to you and just nods her head.
Good. And then Atlas said his character like was just sitting with them, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Before we actually leave, because I know it was like Atlas foolproof and Zarok. I'm pretty sure it was the three of you who found her, right? I'll give you guys your time. I won't force us to leave real quick, just so Atlas technically had his moment with V, and everyone else does too.
This would also be what the um uh sorry, is this also a good time to establish foolproof leaving the party, or are we going to do that later?
We're discussing that right now, actually.
So upon N stating that he will give us and the Harpy a little more privacy, and a chance to say goodbye to each other since she's known us kind of the longest out of the whole entire group here. I will pull Foolproof to the side for a bit and look at him and go, "Hey, big guy, mind doing me a favor?
Yeah,
Remember how you told me that you originally went on this, little fun journey to kind of explore and just kind of find new things and new food, just kind
yeah,
of venture life? Well, seeing as how not just Fee, but the Harpies are struggling here, just trying to fly to a new place. They don't even have a place to kind of call home yet. And seeing as how they also have three kids, which I really doubt that gives them much time to really look and search for food and safety, mind doing me a favor and tagging along with them? Keep them safe? I feel like we might be asking of their assistance later on down the line. So like I have someone who's a life cleric who guarantees that they will stay alive. Go with them and kind of guide them, watch them, do what you got to do. Show them the ropes, if you will. They might just be able to repay us the favor one day of being kind. Pay it forward in a way. No problem.
up with something.
And that is.
I need you to be one of my goons on Final Fantasy whenever you can. Whenever you play, I had a genius idea.
That is.
I want to make a Lalafell named Young Gravy. Gonna walk around and fuck with people.
Gosh. Okay. But yeah, for the most part though, foolproof as Zorak was telling, or Zorak was saying to foolproof the character, uh, asking him to basically just go with feed, take care of them, take care of the three younger ones as well as help the three adults, so that maybe they can help us down the line when we need them.
Um. So are you guys sure you're going to be good without me?
For the most part, I think we'll be okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not ones to deny you what you wish to do. We're not your
Yeah.
parents nor your guardians. We are just fellow adventurers that just happen to run into you, and
Yeah. But
you're, well,
I'm
better
I'm I'm
calling somewhere else.
yeah. But I'm the healer. I'm the guy that suplexes bad guys, right?
Well, of course, you always be that guy for us. Besides, whoever said we're saying goodbye, we're not kicking you out or anything. I'm asking you as your employee to take care of another task. When that task is complete, I got another job for you.
Employer, not employee.
I did say employer. Did I say employee? My bad. Employer. My bad.
Yeah, yeah, makes sense. Besides, I can't just leave him, right?
Yeah, can't do it. Well, it leave a bad taste in all our mouths. Besides, you, me, and Atlas kind of took care of her when she didn't have anyone. Like I said, might as well finish the job, right? Get her someplace safe first. Get her with her family.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I can do that. Yeah,
Once we get that job done, like I said, come back. We ain't I ain't through with you yet.
I
Remember,
will.
you signed a contract with my company. I'm gonna work you like a mule.
Yeah, you better. Besides, Arthurs can always send that Raven, right?
Yeah. If we ever need you, we can always just you're one quick message away.
Yeah.
Well, yes and no. The darn thing only works within about 50 kilometers, but I will send a message to my network and they will find you wherever you may be. Do not underestimate the Brooklyn Outreach Network.
That's a bit of a
Yeah.
mouthful. Brooklyn Outreach Network.
That's the shortened name. It's actually a lot longer. Regardless,
Could you repeat that
they'll
for me?
always. Hmm?
The Brooklyn
What?
what?
The Brooklyn Outreach Network. It's the primary. It's the primary. It's the
Let's call
primary organization concerned with my homeland's interests in the outside world.
let's call them Bond
And
for now.
uh, sure,
Yeah.
The name's Bond. James Bond.
Yeah.
we are the Bonds, and we are the bonniest Bonds around.
But yeah,
If 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 uh if give me a moment. If Dilorena and I almost called you Fee, sorry. If Dilorena and Kriliana are okay with me tagging along, then yeah.
well, that's where we'll handle this part. Is I'm gonna turn to the harpies and go, or look at them and just. Would you mind not just letting the other fellow harpy, but allowing this big guy to kind of tag along with you guys all and just kind of, well, help you where you need it.
uh, Dylarna doesn't. She's. Let me back up. Let me rephrase a little bit. She's not very well accustomed to like human formalities and stuff, but she understands what's going on here and she agrees.
Okay, works for me. As long as you understand that he'll be tagging along and you're okay with it, that's fine. All right, foolproof. You got the go ahead for the tagging along. The only main thing now is just take care of the job, right? Handle it down to the last detail.
Are you okay?
Can't tell if his mic's acting up or he's trying not to cry.
Not gonna lie, I've
Or
been crying like a bitch this whole
or
time.
there's noise in the background. I can't tell what's happening.
I haven't. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Not sure. I've been around here long enough to have that sort of emotional connection to this campaign, but
You're good. You're
good
good.
heaven, has been very emotionally touching to watch it.
Uh, so uh,
Mm. I saw the light in the sky when I heard a sigh as the snowflakes
Sounds like church music.
brother. I will say this last goodbye. Night
Singing
is
a
now
Lord of the Rings song.
Into the
Well, Lord of the
West.
Rings.
over.
Well, technically, Lord of the Rings, Hobbit-ish.
The road is now falling, and I must away. The hill and under tree, through lands where now light has shone, by silver stream, run down to
Ooh,
sea.
that was a nice vibrato there, Artress.
Thank you. Ugh. Would you like me to continue?
Well,
If
it's
you
up to
if you want
Foolproof.
to
It's
give,
kind of his moment right now.
That's true.
technically, ideally, you might want to relax on that a bit too, because she could technically get DMCA'd for that.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's true.
yeah. I just like lyric. I just didn't want you guys to hear my whining while I'm trying to speak.
You're absolutely fine, Foolproof. At this point right now, this is your moment, my dude. Cry if you need to.
It is.
This is a personal moment between you and your character, because you are about to personally take a break from us, and we don't know when you'll be back, but you will be back.
Yeah.
But
I
until the
just
moment you come back, we'll be
I
here.
just wanna say thank you. Okay, that's it.
Oh, in all honesty, my good sir, thank you. Thank you for being a good player. Thank you for being a good person, and thank you for being a good friend to us while you were here with us. Like we
You've
Thank you
been
for
fantastic.
We
thank
suplexed
you
people who needed to be suplexed.
thank you for having me.
Well, this is not goodbye, and this will never be goodbye, and we will always welcome you with open arms.
I'm
You're
glad
always
at least one
welcome
of
at
us
any
can
time.
speak right now.
Hey, if I can be here like once every like 4 sessions, he'll be okay. He'll be okay to come back.
Yeah.
That is the one beautiful thing about this game and about this community that is created through the love of this game and through the love of this world that we live in is called D&D. We know that there's always a community that we can come back to, Foolproof, and that's the beauty of it, is that yes, you are going away, but that thing is you're going away to better yourself, so that when you come back to this community and to this place that you love, you will come back a better person. You will come back with more energy and more enthusiasm and more love for this than when you are right now here, because you know how precious this is to you. You know how amazing this world can be, how great this community is with each other. And we will always be here for you because we are a community, we are a family.
Yeah. So with the uh before wrapping this off, with the permission of Lyric, Foolproof uh will distance himself from the group a little bit. He's going to reach his backpack as well as his pocket. He would pull both of the shenanigans that he has, and he's going to make a small little uh like I don't know how to describe it. It's like
Like a badge?
a badge. Exactly. Thank you very much. It's uh he's going to use both of the shenanigans to imbue uh this badge with magic, and I'm going to let Lyric give you the description of this badge when Sorok uses identify. He can use identify, right?
Of
Um,
course, that I will always be able to use identify.
as a
Yeah,
merchant, it's like his most valuable skill.
yeah,
As a merchant, it is my most ideal and skill that is a basic needing. If I didn't have this skill, I'd be screwed.
yeah. Uh, Also, I'm also actually regretting a little bit. I have two shenanigans, right? Could I imbue two things with magic, Lyric?
Yes, I'll allow that.
Okay. So Foolproof would use the first thing on the badge that has it was Tomb, right? The god of handshakes and
Favors. Yep.
yeah, it has the symbol of Tomb and it's a badge. He would give uh this first to Sarok, and then he would use the second shenanigan on uh on let me see what do I have here on my inventory. He would use it on the pendant that gives +1 to AC. And I'm going to DM the information real quick to Lyric. I just want to keep it a surprise, so to speak.
Go for it.
How do you spell foraging?
Foraging.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's Give me a second. I'm going to mute myself for a second.
No rush.
I knew this was gonna be really emotional, but man, this is making me cry.
Welcome to D&D, baby. Welcome
Yeah.
to D&D.
Uh, the Discord is correcting me. It doesn't want me to write foraging, but anyways, I'm DMing you Lyric that this thing.
Is your Discord in Spanish? Is that why?
No, it's changing foraging to forcing. I don't know why.
Oh,
Instead of a +1 of foraging gives you a +1 of forcing. I forced the food into my stomach.
You know, actually, even in like D&D terms, there's not enough stuff that does force damage.
There really isn't.
Such an underrated thing. I started reading this new webcomic, and they have this really cool spell that I kind of want to homebrew for D&D.
Oh.
And so it's a webcomic, of course, so everything is all about visuals, but it creates basically like these little portals that are like one-sided portals. And out of those
Mhm.
portals is this like chain with like an arrow-shaped blade on the end of it, and you can use it to like whip people with it and like hit them. And in the
Mhm.
webcomic, the more of them that you summon, the higher the mana cost. So that would really easily be translated into spell slots for D&D.
Can I have that? Can I
It
whip
sounds
people?
awesome, right? And they're like electric and like fiery and they're really cool. If it wasn't copyrighted content, I would screenshot it for you guys so you can see what I'm talking about. But it's on Webtoon. It's one of the new comics. It's called Mythic Item Obtained.
Okay.
It's on Line Webtoon.
I have Webtoon on my phone.
Yeah, that's where I read my comics too. But it's a brand new comic. Like was just added last few days. I like those like time travel comics where like something terrible happens to someone and they're like, if only I could go back in time, and then they like die and actually do. I don't know why, but I love those comics. So I read every
I
single
think
one of
there
them
was
I
a
can find.
television series about that called Being Erica or something.
I don't know,
Wasn't that
probably.
a kid's?
Tokyo Revengers was really good about that concept.
It's a super common concept and I'm learning especially in Korea.
Very much so in Korea, actually.
Also,
Like
isekais are
over
even
much
more
as much as
popular
Japan.
there. Yeah. They're probably super
Well,
popular there too.
that's because the labor situation is so terrible in Korea.
I don't understand how that's relevant. Can you explain?
No, sorry. When people are living pretty sort of alienated lives, they tend to gravitate towards a fulfillment and escapist fantasy more often.
I
So
d-
basically, it's probably from the same source as the fact that Squid Game exists.
Makes sense.
I don't think of Korea as alienated though. But I also don't think we should probably have this conversation any further on Twitch.
Yeah, it is very
Probably
true.
not.
I was surprised though that isekais, which is a Japanese word and a Japanese trend, is even more popular in Korea. Um, so that was a little interesting.
But by the way, Lyric, I
Mm.
sent you a video.
Yeah, I have my phone open, I see it. So
I just want,
that's the one
I
you
just,
wanted me to like keep secret?
I wanted both to keep as not secret as a surprise for when Sorok uses identify on both of them. I assume.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I just wanna check if they are okay or balanced to your standards.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Once Foolproof has both of these items, he would stand up, present them both to Sarok, and just rub his neck and just like I guess until we meet next. I guess. Uh, Sarok.
I heard his phone go off. I heard his phone go off. I think he's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Sano probably called him. If you click the censored message, it'll tell you what's up with Sano. Are you
I see. I
okay?
see. Uh, well, I will still. Oh no, I don't think.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Uh, I guess this is where we wrap it up. I guess.
Well, we'll wait for Zorak to get back before we do that. But
Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. Sounds good.
That
Uh,
does seem as good as any.
I just wanted to make
uh,
sure you were okay.
yeah. Yeah. I'm okay. Next Friday. Uh, I in. I'm checking my not calendar. What's it called? My
No, calendar's correct.
but for the day for the hours
Schedule.
schedule. I'm looking at the schedule, and yeah, I won't be available because the classes on Friday end at 3 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah, and that means even if you did show up, you'd only be here for an hour.
Yeah.
¿Cómo se dice en español? Schedule?
Horario. Let me write it on here. The H is silent.
Yeah, yo puedo hablar español.
That's good.
I speak it
And I
like a
can
white
speak.
girl, but
Yeah, and I can speak English. Who would have thought?
you actually speak English very well. I don't know if anyone's ever complimented you on it, but you speak English very well.
Yeah. Uh, people have
It is
insulted
really quite.
people have insulted me because they think I'm not local. What's it called? An English speaker. And when I say that,
Anglophone.
huh?
An anglophone is the term for someone who speaks English as a first language. An
Well,
anglophone.
It's a little,
well, that
it's kind of a little racist actually to refer to like everybody who speaks English as an Anglo.
No, no, no. Anglophone.
Well, right, but the root of the word
anyways,
is from Anglo,
anyways,
referring to.
The root
anyways.
of the word English is from Anglo.
Right, but anyway, foolproof, keep going.
Anyway, anyway, yeah. People, I don't say this in a bad way, but people have insulted me because they think my first language is English, and when I say that my first language is actually Spanish, they get surprised and yeah, you don't look like it, and I don't know. Yeah, well, you speak very well English. I seriously thought that your first language was English and all of that, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah, you have a little bit of an accent, so like I, being a native English speaker, know that that's probably not your first language because of your accent, but you do speak English very well. Like you speak
Thank
English
you.
probably better than most people I know who speak English as a first language.
It's actually very
Thank you.
true.
Yeah. Hello, Anne. How you doing? Uh,
Doing good. I'm alive.
I'm a bit concerned if you weren't. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Sabrak to
Yep,
return.
we are waiting for
To...
Zorak. I
No, no,
am.
no. I was back. Sorry, I was already back. I was just thought
Oh,
that you guys
okay,
would
it's
continue
You're
the stream.
lying. You're lying. You just
okay.
got back.
I was back for a while now.
We've been waiting
Okay,
for
okay.
you.
I thought
Foolproof.
y'all were doing a
You were
scene.
with.
No,
No, okay,
Foolproof
We
has.
haven't been.
okay. Uh, Now that Foolproof has used the shenanigan to imbue these items with magic, he's going to give both of them to Sorok. Uh, and just going to say for whoever needs it. Hope you guys uh, travel safe. I will certainly take care of myself. Don't worry, because I also have to take care of. Uh, I almost call her Fee again. What was her name? I foolproof ask in character to.
Aliana, I think.
Foolproof is asking in character to Di Lorena.
Krayliana.
Could you repeat that for me, please?
Krayliana.
Kriliana. Okay. Well, uh, if you, I'll going to keep addressing you as Kriliana for now on. Unless you want me to call you Fee, I can keep calling you Fee if you want. I don't know.
Fee just shrugs.
Uh, oh, I do like Fee, by the way. So yeah, just wanted to let you know.
She chirps happily.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to. Kriliana is your name. Fee is your nickname. How about that?
She nods. That seems to work for her.
Okay. Well, yeah. So, okay. So I'll be taking care of them and also be taking care of me because if I don't take care of me, I cannot take care of them. So don't worry, Sorak.
No, looks like they'll be in good hands then.
Yeah,
And I'll make sure these are used with the correct people and when and the correct hands.
yeah. Yeah. Just leave them as a surprise. I sure hope that you find them at least interesting. Okay.
Oh, I'll know what they do, but I won't let the others know.
Come on, dude, don't do that. I didn't give you to play around.
Oh, don't worry, I won't. I won't hurt them. It just so happens that I'll let them know what the good stuff does. I just won't let them know what the bad stuff does.
Don't worry, they don't have bad. Oh wait, I hope if they don't have.
Exactly.
I hope they don't have bad effects. I did use shenanigans, but well.
Exactly. You're using shenanigans, my good sir.
Is for lyric is for whoever needs it. Uh, there's
Okay.
they have they do have limits. Uh, I will spoil it right now. They have a limit per long rest and per day, but is for anybody to use them if it's available to them. If you want to tweak them, lyric, you can tweak them. Uh, of course, I don't know enough about D&D, but that's the general idea of what I want the items to do.
I think they're
But okay,
fine. I think they're fine as they are.
okay, I'm glad. Artress, it was brief, but it was such a pleasure traveling with you.
As
Uh,
ever, as ever, you were as ever you were a delight. It was actually really fun role playing with you.
yeah, oh, I, I,
You're
I, I,
very enthusiastic.
I should have explained. I'm trying to do this on character first before saying goodbyes out of character. Sorry.
Well, that's why I went in and out of the accent there. I
Oh,
apologise.
okay,
Let me
okay.
try that again with an in character
Yeah,
response.
okay.
Well,
Yeah,
in
Honestly,
all
it's a little hard to
honesty,
tell.
you are amongst the most interesting of these strange individuals that I've found myself traveling with. I will miss you greatly, Foolproof, and I wish you the best.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I hope that you keep Kreliana safe
Of course.
and yourself as
Also,
well.
don't separate yourself. You're part of the weirdos now.
Well,
Anyway,
if there's ever
foolproof.
just
Foolproof would extend his hand for a handshake if Arthur wants.
Arthas grabs it warmly and then hugs him around the, well, I don't know, the thigh. I'm presuming the thigh.
I'm,
He's much
I'm.
taller than
How
him.
tall is Arthur?
Arthas is between 3 and 4 feet tall. I think, like,
Oh, so yeah,
maybe, at least he was last I checked. I may be misremembering.
it's okay. Anyway, yeah, take care, buddy.
He's very short.
Yeah, take care, buddy. Okay. And uh, we've been traveling for a while. We don't know each other very well, but I do hope that you take care of yourself and the others. You have a good nose. I can at least tell you that much. But well, yeah,
You have safe travels as well. And also,
yeah. Thank you.
keep suplexing the baddies. I mean, those harpies are probably gonna need it. And also invest in some earplugs. Those screams really hurt.
Well, yeah. You should, right? Your ears are way more sensitive than mine. Your nose is way sensitive than mine, right?
More so than normal people's. But even then, that was one of them. I think hearing all of them will hurt just anyone.
um, I'll 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 be careful then, but I don't think there will be a problem. And if there are, well, guess I just have to invest on earplugs as well.
This is up to your discretion, Lyric. Can I safely give him a piece of the ham without it exploding?
I'll allow it. This is extenuating circumstances.
Good. I rip a piece off of the ham and I give it to you foolproof. Keep this
Oh,
with you. Call
okay,
upon
yeah,
its power when you need it, and remember us.
I will try. Also, I also have. Do I have mend? Yeah, I have mending.
Yeah,
I also have mending.
you have mending, so
So
you can have 2 full hams now.
Oh my god!
don't worry. Don't worry. I won't do it. But I will use mending if the ham starts deteriorating.
We can start mass producing hams.
And remember that they are C4 right now, so we only need two, and then we use the clone to make more clones.
Yeah, since I basically just gave you guys a way to legitimately start a cult, I'm gonna say only the original ham has the explosive properties.
Ah,
I'm fine
That's
with
come
fine.
that.
on.
But does the
It's
I'm
fine.
second
just.
ham have the ability to talk still?
You didn't just give them the ability to start a cult, you gave
No,
them the
the
ability to
only the
start
only thing
an
no
artillery
the only
business,
thing we need the
a
only thing we need
weapons
for the
shop.
clones to do is to have the ability of the 8 ball.
Yeah,
We can
that's at
discuss
least
that
part of the
later.
goal.
Okay.
So okay, so it is allowed though. With that, I mean there's a possibility. Zay, we gotta work on this, dog. We gotta
Foolproof
work
is
on
about to
this.
come back with an army for the ham.
Oh my god.
What even is the
Wait.
plot anymore?
Yeah.
See,
I mean,
We'll find it,
so
y'all
we
Rock.
just
thought it
have to
was
keep
about being
moving.
normal adventures. No. We're about to teach you what real D&D is about.
Yeah.
I do main
Also,
quests
so Rock.
and side quests.
Yeah. Also, so Rock. Couldn't you make what's it called? A What's it
Hum
called?
homunculus?
Homunculus?
Homunculus. Couldn't you make a homunculus out of ham?
Uh,
Homunculus.
I mean,
Homunculus.
technically, I don't see why not, because it's artificial magic with a heart, and he already has a heart, which is a magical item. So, yeah.
that's gonna be grease.
And would probably stink, because since he burns things based on a range of touch.
That that
Well,
or
technically,
smoking ham smell everywhere.
technically, all
It's
good
just
search
bacon.
art.
Exactly. Exactly.
All I have to do
Everything
is
just
switch up
smells
the
like bacon
art so
always.
technically it becomes a normal centaur again.
Or you could
Uh.
swap your subclass, get Steel Defender, and just, be a
Ooh.
normal artificer.
Also.
I
I
could.
just imagined the
It's a joke
giant
anyway.
ham golem. I just imagined the giant ham golem just suddenly growing. I don't know, 10,000 eyes out of nowhere. Like, what do you say about me?
Be not afraid.
I
Anyway,
teleported ham,
Yeah.
sir.